Would you be so kind as to take your seat so that we may get started? I know that we are starting off rather early in the date, but we have to stick to the agenda and our schedule. So please be so kind as to resume your seats. Tassos, please.
Καταρχήν να σας καλημερίσω, να σας ευχαριστήσω που
To begin with, welcome, good morning. Thank you for attending this event organized by the EPP. I am aware of the fact that this is a difficult day. To begin with, this is Friday, and we're starting off really early. But then again, we have to catch up, and we have a schedule. I'm nonetheless confident that during the discussions, we are going to welcome more and more participants because so many people have said they're coming. At the same point in time, let me acquaint you with the fact that this is broadcasted live throughout Europe. So the whole EPP is watching us over the internet. And it's a great honor for me to be welcoming you in Athens, to welcome the president of EPP, Manfred Weber, who is attending this event. And thank you for attending this event, Manfred. He's joined by the vice presidents, Mr. Siegfried Muresan and Jan Albrecht, who are also great friends, and they are friends of Greece. So on that note, let me thank all three of the gentlemen. Thank you for being here to brief us on developments in Europe. And let me also welcome Uger Lebelis, who is the president of the EPP Committee of the Regions, as well as Robert Yakman and Rafael Trzaskowski. It's also a great pleasure to be welcoming the Vice President of the European Commission, a member of the EPP as well, Margaritis Kinas, who's made Greece proud throughout Europe. Let me also extend my thanks to the head of the Cypriot delegation, Mr. Fourlas. I guess he could make a brief address. On that note, let me also extend my thanks to the European members of parliament who are attending this event. We're always working together. We are fighting to vindicate Greece in the context of the European Parliament. Let me also thank the Vice Speaker of the Hellenic Parliament, Mr. Plakiotakis, who is also head of the Committee of European Affairs at the level of the Hellenic Parliament. Thank you to all of you who are attending this event. Let me seize this opportunity to briefly refer to the European Parliament and the upcoming European election. It's true that when there is a European election, we never discuss Europe. In the last elections, we talked about Europe and the messages that we were expected to communicate within the country. And this has always been standard practice. This was also helped by the fact that normally, in the previous years, all European elections were held prior to the national legislative elections, and we were always trying to communicate the message that we're trying to have a shift and a change in government. But in this case, the national government has already happened. The Mitsotakis administration has received a popular mandate until the year 2027, so this is our opportunity to talk about Europe. This upcoming European election is our opportunity to discuss about representation at the level of the European Parliament. The European Parliament, this is the only body that is directly elected by you, the citizens. There are many classes, there are many people, there are many groups, there are many languages, and we are the co-legislator at the level of the European Parliament, so there are many responsibilities, and so you can't be loose and lax about your voting for the European Parliament. You have to vote positively and in favor of pro-European powers and forces such as the New Democracy Party that needs to have a very concrete and big representation at the European Parliament, because this is where you're going to get the forces on the basis of which and thanks to which we're going to agree on a shared agenda in order for us to find solutions to many problems that we're faced with. So we have a big agenda. And this is exactly why we aspire to having many such events, much like the one we're having today, to have a European discussion, to help European and Greek citizens understand exactly what the role and responsibility of the European Parliament is. For the European European citizens, the Greek citizens for that matter, to understand that Europe is not far away. It's part and parcel of our reality. 70% of the pieces of legislation adopted by the national parliaments are laws made by Europe. These are the wishes of Europe. They are rules made by Europe. And I'm very happy to notice that there are many Greek MPs attending this event. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, because it's high time we realize that Europe is part of our daily lives, and we are all responsible for that. With these thoughts in mind, let me explain that at different capital cities, the EPP is hosting such events, and we are trying in every single event we hold to have the best possible representation. And it's a great satisfaction for me to be welcoming Manfred Weber and the rest of our distinguished peers. But let me give the floor to Sigrid Muresen, who is the vice chair of the EPP group in the European Parliament. He's handling critical issues, and he's going to talk about the RRF. He's going to explain about the best possible ways through which we can take advantage of the funds available through the RRF, and then Jan and the rest of our peers are going to take the floor. And says Mr. Mimarakis, we're going to give the floor to the European Commissioner for promoting a European way of life, Mr. Schinas, too. We are looking forward to welcoming Mr. Rousopoulos, who is now the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Let me say at this point that at a point in time when the European Parliament, or rather some at the European Parliament, are criticizing, without really being responsible for that, the rule of law in Greece, the par excellence instrument for the rule of law and human rights, has elected the very first Greek president of its parliamentary assembly to support individual human rights throughout Europe overall. I'm referring to that because I would like everyone to understand that there is this difference in roles and capacities as concerns, on the one hand, the European Parliament and the Council of Europe. So we are looking forward to seeing Mr. Rousopoulos. He should be here shortly. In the meantime, let me give the floor to our dear peer. The vice chair of the VP group will take the floor. Again, thank you very much for attending this event. Or rather, Manfred, you have the floor. Manfred, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's very good to be here amongst friends, amongst colleagues. As EPP Group in the European Parliament, we're very happy to be back in Athens. Thank you very much for inviting us. We came today to show to the people of Greece and to also show to the people of Europe the success story that Greece has become in the last 5 years. We are now seeing in Greece economic growth. We are seeing investments, foreign direct investments. We're seeing successful privatizations. We're seeing that people recognize this. Foreign investors recognize it. The credit rating of Greece has become better. It's an investment grade now. And the economist, the British prestigious publications, calls Greece the country of the year this year in Europe. This is something that the people of Greece should be proud of, and the people of Europe should know it. And this is what we came to discuss today. And we still remember 5 years ago, 2019, after 4 years of populism, the difficult situation that Greece was in. And we all see now the fundamental difference. And this was possible because in 2019, the people of Greece made the right choice. They said no to populism. They said, we want a government which is pro-European, which can solve the problems, which can strengthen the economy, which managed to regain the credibility of Greece internationally at European level, a government which is pro-business, which understands that in order for the people to live better in the country, we need to create a framework in which the private companies, the small and medium-sized enterprises can strive and can create jobs. There's a fundamental difference in Greece 2024 in comparison to Greece 2019. And the people feel it. We're seeing it in every sector. We're seeing in energy. We still remember 2019, high dependence on the fossil fuels, on old technologies, polluting technologies. Now we're seeing doubling of renewable energies in Greece, more than 50% renewable energies, phasing out of the old sources of energy and successfully investing into renewable energies. We're seeing in the area of digitization, pension systems, public services becoming more modern, services being offered, and in many areas this became a model also for other European countries. We're seeing investments and we are seeing reforms, and this is essential for a country to grow, to change, to deliver for the people, and this is also what Europe wants to support. Because after the start of the pandemic, 2020, when we saw at European level the economic and the social consequences of COVID, Europe created the largest package of economic support ever created at European level, a recovery and resilience facility, an instrument to help people, enterprises, regions affected by the pandemic and its consequences, an instrument to recover, but also to become more resilient, to become stronger, to make sure that the economy will be stronger in the future, the public services will be better, the public system will be stronger, more resilient, and to make sure that never, ever again in the future, people of Europe and people of Greece can be hit by a crisis as was the case in the past. This is an important message, important thing that the people should know because of the help that is coming from Europe, because of the instruments that we created. The country is stronger, the society is stronger, the economy is stronger. Never again in the future what happened in the past can happen to the people of Greece. We created this recovery and resilience facility, 700 billion euros. For Greece alone, 30 billion euros, the biggest package of economic support ever created. And we are seeing the Greek government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, with all the Nea Demokratia ministers, they put this money at work and they have already made this European instrument a success for the people of Greece. 30 billion euros for the people of Greece. More than 15 the government has already managed to absorb. Greece is today #1 in Europe in absorbing this fund in comparison to its GDP, in comparison to its economy. No other country has managed to absorb so much of the money that it is entitled as Greece has managed. This is a package to invest, to help the economy grow and also to reform, to change it. Greece has presented a plan which is modern, which is future-oriented, with 4 pillars. First pillar is greening. This plan will make the economy greener. There will be less pollution, we will better tackle climate change, there will be more energy efficiency, and the energy bills for peoples and enterprises are reducing. A second pillar, a direction which the government is supporting, is digitization. Make sure that private companies can invest in digitization, make sure that public services become more digital, that people can get their pensions easier, faster, that the bottlenecks that existed in the past are eliminated. A third direction is the social cohesion, because we know that in the last years there were categories of people, there were regions which were more affected than others, so financing, supporting goes targeted to them. And the fourth one is support for small, medium-sized enterprises, for industry, for competitiveness, to make sure that our economy can grow, becomes competitive, our infrastructure becomes better. This is a new instrument, new funding. Greece, of course, still has its ESPA funds, the cohesion funds, and what we are seeing in Greece is that the ESPA funds and the money from the recovery facility are being used together. There is a plan, there is a concept to make the Greek economy grow and to make the most use of these funds. There is lots of money in a relatively short period of time. These funds, the new funds, are available until 2026, 2.5, 3 more years. So it's important that the money is absorbed fast, and this is only possible if everyone participates. And here we see Greece also as a model, the involvement of local and regional leaders, the mayors, the regional leaders. They are all involved by the government and they all have to participate so that the money is absorbed and the money goes where it is needed. Because it is not someone in Brussels who knows what is the exact need in a city or in a village. It is the mayor who knows. And this is why when we adopted the legislation at European level, we said we want to give a big role to mayors, to local and regional elected leaders. We see in other countries this does not happen, but we see in Greece that the local and regional level mayors, representatives are involved by the government, they are listened, they play a role, and they help in the absorption of these funds. Transparency is also important, and we see that in Greece as well. The government is communicating openly so that the people know where the money is coming from, where the money is going, and that help from the European level is coming. To promote this instrument, to make everyone in Europe know that the European Union is helping, that funds are coming, that the Union reacted after the pandemic and created an instrument to benefit, to make people in Europe know about this, the president of the EPP group, Manfred Weber, and myself, we launched 1 year ago this series of events, Road to Recovery, a conference series of the EPP group, with which we are going to member states of the Union to let people know what Europe is doing. We have been in several countries, and we clearly saw countries governed by EPP prime minister successfully absorbing the money, growing the economy, reforming the economy. Croatia is such a model. We will have the prime minister of Croatia speak to us a bit later, Andrej Plenković. The Slovak Republic was such a model as well. Under an EPP prime minister, then a populist left government like Syriza came to Slovakia. Slovakia was number 3 in terms of absorption of money. Now, 1 year after a socialist government, it fell a lot behind. We went to Portugal and Spain. Socialist governments there, we saw they do not involve the mayors. We saw there is no transparency. So we saw clearly the difference between an EPP government which manages to absorb money and a socialist government which has delays. We were also in Poland where we saw an anti-European government attacking the rule of law, and all of the money were unfortunately blocked. And this is important also for the future because we are in an electoral year. We need to make sure that we keep the success story that we have in Greece. Pro-European, pro-business, modernizing, center-right approach. This is what worked for Greece in the past 5 years, and this is what will also work in the future. Populism is not a solution. Left policies are not a solution. We see the results in Greece, and we want to make sure that in the next years, also after the European elections, Greece stays on the same strong track. To say this very clearly, we came today to Athens with the best people that we have. We have with us, and Vangelis Meimarakis mentioned it, the person that makes sure that every decision made by the European Commission is good for Greece, the Vice President Margaritis Chinas. We have with us all of the colleagues, Greek colleagues from the Nea Demokratia delegation in the European Parliament. We have our Cypriot colleague Lucas Fourlas. We do this event, as I said, Nea Demokratia is the party of mayors. EPP is the party of mayors. This is why we did this event for you, for the mayors, and with you, with the mayors, with the locally elected leaders from Greece and from Europe. And this is why we did it together with the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions, because those are the representatives of local level in Brussels. And because this event is important to the EPP as a whole, we have today not only the Vice President from Poland, Jan Olbrycht, with us, but we have the President of the EPP and of the EPP group in the European Parliament, and this shows the big trust and the big importance that Greece has for the whole of the EPP. This is why we came. To be with you, to show to the people of Greece, to show to the people of Europe the success story that we have, to show that we are a strong family, that Nea Demokratia is a strong party, appreciated in Europe, appreciated at European level, one of the strongest parties within the EPP. We want the people of Greece to know this, and we're sure we're going to have a good conference this morning to discuss about the success in the absorption of EU funds, the role of the local level, the mayors, and the transformation which Europe, together with the good government in Greece under the leadership of Prime Mitsotakis, is bringing here to the people of Greece. Thank you for being with us this morning. We are now going to pass the floor to the Vice President of the European Commission, to Margaritis Skinas. Margaritis, please, the floor is yours.
Θα παρακαλούσα τον επικεφαλή.
So, a request. I would like to give the floor to the chief of the representation from Cyprus, Mr. Fourlas, for a very brief welcoming address before giving the floor to Mr. Skinas. We have an excellent collaboration with colleagues from Cyprus, not only at the level of the issues around Hellenism, but also all issues pertaining to the European affairs. And very soon we are about to organize and hold an event in Cyprus. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Well, I'm here actually to express my gratitude. Thank you twice. The first thank you regards our friend Manfred Wernber and the EPP party, because when you have by your side this big European family, namely the EPP, you feel very grateful and very strong. So this is actually enhancing us, and we feel secure by them side. And also gratitude to colleagues from Greece, Vangelis Meimarakis. Not even for one moment have we felt that we represent a small, semi-occupied country. We feel that our voice is much stronger with Nea Demokratia, Vangelis Meimarakis, and all colleagues from the Nea Demokratia party stand by our side always. Now, the European elections are upcoming, and they are very critical. So EPP must be strong, because if we have EPP strong, this will also mean that Europe will be strong. So we will fight this fight from Cyprus across Europe, everywhere, for a strong Europe. Thank you. Mr. Meimarakis, well, you know, in the past, in 2019, we used to be the black sheep in the European Union. But however, now in 2023, we are the role model for Europe. We have a strong voice in Europe. First of all, we achieved in having a very strong PM at the level of the Council of the chairs, namely Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, with very strong proposals, most of the times approved and accepted by the Council. We also achieved in having a vice president at the level of the European Commission for the first time ever, Margaritis Skinas. So we will give him the floor, because he is a very strong, positive representation for Greece in Europe. Thank you.
Φίλες και φίλοι, κυρία Υπουργέ, κύριε Υπουργέ, κύριοι βουλευτές.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, members of the European Parliament, this debate in Europe at the level of recovery does not start from scratch, not in the vacuum. It is not, let's say, a scientific lab talk. Rather, this has been the outcome and the fruit of the critical, unprecedented developments ever since December 2019. That is the onset of this political cycle. So if we look back, what have been the developments in the course of those 50 months, you will reach the conclusion that there have only been 3 months of, let's say, soft winds ever since the onset of the electoral mandate until March 2020. Everything that has happened ever since has been a deep turmoil, unprecedented, uncharted waters, deep crises that have caused a commotion to the European edifice. So the first pandemic ever to hit the humanity ever since 1918, the first warfare ever since 1945 in Europe, a various hybrid manipulated attacks at the European borders, and now yet another war which is being waged in the Middle East. So all those unprecedented historical developments, conditions and threats have also been accompanied with something, let's say, positive. What is often the case, this has given us an opportunity at the level of the European Union to showcase our reflexes, triggered and activated precisely whenever affronted with existentialist threats. So we have been called upon in this period to respond by generous, unprecedented solutions that have crushed taboos and stereotypes deeply rooted for decades. So on a number of occasions during this mandate, and I will come back to that, that we have felt that actually we are in dialogue with history, and we are called upon to handle and manage the most historical moments in this time. So in this conjuncture, I believe that our political family, the EPP, our parliamentarians, with Manfred member chairing, Vangelis and all the other vice chairs, as well as the leaders at the level of the European councils, stood by us united as a fist, strong. And taking into account the political consciousness, awareness and political consideration, and making us remembering of the great European statesmen, Mitsotakis, Lech Walesa, Konstantinos Karamanlis, Jacques Delors. So the historicity of this parliamentary group has been one of the characteristics in this period. Now, amidst those conditions, the European way of life, that has been one of the pillars, maybe the most focal one of this human-centered management of crisis. And you will recall that in the beginning we were faced with a major difficulty. So the European way of life actually was being attacked by the left, by the liberals, the Green, and the European left at the level of the European Parliament. I don't know whether you can think of anything that this alliance brings to mind. This is not something new. It started 4 years ago. So there was an attack against the European way of life. It was fiercely criticized because they do not advocate the opinion that this can be our own cause, this European cause, and not of the two extremities, that we can represent a democratic, open, representative Europe, standing for the equitable basis, religious tolerance, supporting the vulnerable groups, the minorities, let's say fully fledged democracy that we have ever felt and lived in Europe. So those attacks against the European way of life, let us not fool ourselves. They have not only been attacks from the inside. Quite suspiciously, those were actually attacks organized from outside Europe by those who wish to see the model that we represent fail, by those who feel that the success of Europe stands as a threat against their authoritarian regimes, either that be the Kremlin or at our borders, or those that have actually used the migration issues on our borders in Evros, then in other parts of Europe and elsewhere. So this road to recovery, which brings us all together, is the fruit. It has been created because of those difficulties, because indeed we had to stand up against all those threats and build a solid, symmetrical, convincing response to those threats, and in particular the major economic and financial shock that was brought about by the pandemic. So we ought to be, my dear friend Manfred, very proud, all of us collectively, because the ideas that generated the RRF are our own flesh and blood, our ideas. Quite often they were criticized, they were attacked, and however now they are at the epicenter, at the forefront as well of this effort. So let us make a brief overview of those ideas, because when we first actually presented them, we were criticized, and now they are at the purpose of the economic development. So competitiveness, reforms, security at the level of the borders, managing migration based on rules, supporting growth, husbandry, promotion of international trade and shipping affairs, skills, and matching the labor market with the jobs, protecting vulnerable people, and safeguarding our defense. When we first talked about those ideas, those were the ideas dubbed the right party ideas. Now they are at the cradle of the pathway towards a resilient, sustainable geopolitical Europe. Dear friends, a while ago, I talked to you about those historic moments during the past 4 years. So no doubt one of those moments that were landmark for all of us, and me personally, was the date 27th of May 2020. That was when the first meeting of the commissioners was held after the wave of the pandemic, which was held actually in a physical form. And this is when we decided on the RRF. It was a European historic moment that actually kicked off by crushing a taboo, decades long. That is a taboo against lending. So for decades, Europe had done away with the idea, the concept of borrowing and lending out of its financial armamentum. So this concept became practice by utilizing the community budget. Needless to say that this is the only budget across the globe that is totally balanced, no deficit. So having the European state balance and budget as a weapon, we were able to borrow from the markets the unprecedented amount of 750 billion euros, which actually fueled a symmetrical, if you like, exit, support to exit of all those European economies after the pandemic. The second innovative characteristic of this facility is that this facility does not, if you like, fund the old economy, let's say, investments such as constructions and road asphalting and so on, but the new economy, the transition to a more green and more digital Europe, and in particular skills and all training and educational actions that are required by this new economy. So after 3.5 years after this historic day, it has been proven that this facility, RRF, is up and running. It is the gear towards recovery, and Greece is at the forefront of this development, not only because we are the forerunners, and in particular the Greek PM as regards its establishment, but also because Greece has been a forerunner as regards the implementation of the RRF. So far, it has already absorbed 41% of the out of the total of the 36 billion euros of the amount that it is entitled to by the RRF. And this is not static, it is dynamic, it is adjusted as a process, because we have managed, thanks to the revision of the RRF, to support needs in the region of Thessaly, in the region of Evros, in order to have anti-flood measures with an amount of approximately 36 million euros. So the fund is a European but also a Greek success story. Overall, 220 million euros have already been allocated. So this steady pace of absorption also is proof for its prospect. It proves that in Europe we can have a symmetrical success and not an individual, if you like, on a one-by-one cases success. Unfortunately, in previous crises in the past, we had not responded in such a manner, symmetrically, collectively, because it used to be a lending borrowing process on a country basis, and each country had to do its own efforts when it comes to this boat on which it found itself. Now it is collective. As Zagreb said, it is not the only facility in our armamentum. Along with that, we have the traditional co-funding process of the ESPA, the NSRF, of a total amount of 23 billion euros. So, alongside with the various structural funds, it is flexible enough in order to support actions via the regional funds, specific actions. But it is not fragmented, but it is matched to the RRF. It is complementary to the RRF, but it is not a substitute to the RRF. Now, a couple of words as regards to myths that accompany the RRF, and in particular the Greece 2.0 recovery plan. So the first myth, if you like, has to do with what has been strongly cultivated by the political opposition. So it goes like this, that the Greek RRF plan is mainly about the center. Well, this is a mistake, because all the measures that are financed by the RRF are actually supporting the society horizontally and transversally, not only at the Athens Riviera, but also in Megara, in Anoliosia, in Thessaloniki, in Tatoi, in Philly, Acharnes, Central Macedonia, all regions in the country. And the second myth that has to do with the RRF is that this is money allocated to the strong and the mighty ones. This is also a mistake, because 47% of the contracted loans by the RRF mainly regards SMEs. So, if we were to take a more calm, productive look, that would have to involve, if you like, the concern at the level of the regional authorities in order for them to fully absorb this potential to the benefit of their localities and regions, but also concern at the level of SMEs to be involved dynamically in this process. So, dear ministers, what is rather likely is that the regions need to be more supported at the level of technocratic support, because all the funds cover a very brief period of time, that is until 2026. This is why technical support and technical assistance is required. A couple of words at the level of the human-centered recovery and the human-centered profile of this recovery. No investment, no major activity or development, no initiative will ever be successful unless it is accompanied by this critical factor, that is the human factor, that goes along with the skills and the people. So in Europe, currently, we are faced with a major skills gap. In other words, we do not have the people that we need, and or the labor force that we have is not skilled enough at the level of the labor market needs. 3 out of 4 businesses, according to the Eurobarometer, respond that they lack the adequate human resources. So the first purpose is about the skills. 4 billion euros only for skills out of a 65 billion euro portfolio from the RRF and the European Social Fund. So we need to have funds committed, allocated at the level of skills for the people. But this is very important. These skills should not regard those that are, let's say, so to speak, more involved in the social or professional networks, who live in the cities, who are already, let's say, familiar with such processes. The skills ought to regard the people that live in the more remote areas, in the mountainous areas, on the islands. So we need to go for them, to identify them, to seek them. And also this recovery in Europe is very important now that we trying to put a stop to the problems at the level of migrations with a more, let's say, regular manner, and put rules in this chapter. We also need to see how this can take place in an organized manner to bring people in Europe. But let us all be clear on that, in taking place with order and with all the necessary documentations against illegal flows and trafficking. So whoever wants to be in Europe, comes to Europe to live and work with us, must live and abide by the rules and the principles and the values of the European way of life that rule our society. So they must accept to respect women in the society, in the economy, in the labor market. They must accept religious tolerance, respect vis-à-vis the other person, safety, security, and diversity. If those conditions are not in place, there will be no organized scheme, if you like, of mobility towards Europe. Dear friends, allow me to conclude by saying the following. There has never been in the past before such a favorable, if you like, conjuncture in our country as this is the one for Greece now. We have a very strong parliamentarian group in the European Parliament. We have a very strong, committed Prime Minister and the government. We have 12 heads of states and governments in the European Council that originate from our political party. We will have one again from Bulgaria, and most probably from Portugal as well quite soon. So 14 heads of state originate, politically speaking, from our political family. So going beyond the applause, this is also a major responsibility. The responsibility, how are we going to manage this fortunate conjuncture? How are we going to showcase to the European people 4 months ahead of the European elections that the response to their concerns, the solution to their problems is to be found with us? So the figures are not proof of anything unless we are able to build social political narrative, a proof of responsibility, commitment against the absence of order, populism, and the far right. So we need to convince the people that the Europe of solutions is the Europe represented by the EPP. And the Europe and of the crisis led to the Europe of solutions. But that would not have been the case unless we had the proposals and the solutions represented and presented by the EPP. Allow me to conclude looking ahead before the European elections by reminding you something that Jean-Claude Juncker had said. So he had said that the more we approach the European elections, we are faced with two difficult, let's say, categories of citizens. The first group of European citizens are the ones who raise questions, who have concerns as regards Europe, the ones who ask, what is it that Europe actually is doing for this issue or for that issue? So to this category of Europeans, we ought to provide with solutions and responses as the ones that we have been delivering for the past 4 years. But there is also another category of Europeans, says Juncker, that they're not interested in questions or answers. They have no concerns. They only want to go out and destroy Europe. So this second group of Europeans, we ought to destroy them before they destroy us. Thank you.
Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω τον Αντιπρόεδρο της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής για την πολύ μεστή του ομιλία και να πω ότι θα τη χρησιμοποιήσουμε εν πολύ στην προεκλογική μας περίοδο.
I would like to thank the Vice President of the European Commission for his speech, and I think we will be using parts of it during our electoral campaign. And let me now welcome the next speaker, and there will be a panel discussion. So over to Ms. Anne-Michel Asimakopoulou. Good morning in English and Greek. Thank you very much.
Our EPP family, welcome to our conference today. Thank you very, very much. This is an opportunity for me to speak to the EPP Econ Budge team. Thank you very much, Siegfried Muresan, for this fruitful cooperation that we've had, to Jan Albrecht, of course, to our chairman, Manfred Weber, and to my colleagues in the EPP. We've given some good battles for the RRF based on the priorities of our group. I'm very proud that Kyriakos Mitsotakis is a man with a plan. So he's been at the forefront of these efforts, and so have we. So it's been a pleasure working with you, and welcome to our Road to Recovery conference here in Athens. Special thanks to the head of our delegation, στο Βαγγέλη το Μεϊμαράκη, τον αρχηγό της ελληνικής αποστολής.
Vangelis Mamarakis, who's heading the Greek delegation. Thank you very much, Vangelis, for the cooperation, and thank you for co-hosting this event. Let's cut to the chase. We have a very interesting panel discussion today. To begin with, there will be top ministers from the Greek government taking part in this discussion, and allow me to invite them on stage. Mr. Hatzidakis, the Minister of National Economy and Finance, is kindly invited on stage. Mr. Papastavru, the Minister of State. The third chair, Mr. Papastavru, Mr. Skylakakis will be joining you as well. And certainly Mrs. Zaharaki. Mr. Skylakakis, I would like to apologize in advance to all of you because we are pressed for time. Mrs. Zaharaki has to rush the parliament. She has to join the Prime Minister because there's a topical question that's been asked and she has to respond to that. Now, let me take my seat as well. And let us get started. Dear gentlemen, allow me to give the floor to Minister Zaharaki first. Ms. Zaharaki, Siegfried also referred to the success story of Greece in terms of absorbing RRF funds. And I guess that we all agree that the demographic issue is one of the top issues on the agenda of Greece. This is also one of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister's priorities, which is why he has set up a special ministry, meaning the Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs, which you're in charge of, and you're very successful, if I may say so. So please tell us how the RRF funds are being used in the framework of your various projects. You know that the personal assistant is close to heart, but I wouldn't like to guide you through that. Ms. Zaharaki, you have 5 to 6 minutes. Yes, thank you very much. Let me thank each and every one of you. And let me also thank the EPP Group and the EPP Committee of the Regions team. It's great to have this discussion on the road to recovery, this path down growth for Europe. And I will also try to quote what was said before, because we are headed to a resilient Europe that will leave no single citizen behind. And Michelle, allow me to make a personal comment because we are emotional here today. All of us that participate in the panel, but also many people attending this event are being emotional because we were the Painoned young members at the time when the EDS was hosted. And we were very happy to be part of EDS and the youth of the EPP youth. So the fact that we're here today is the reason why we're emotional. We've trodden down this path with great respect, and of course you were our role models, you attending this event, leaders in the context of the European Union. Yes, the personal assistant goes to show that we are using the RRF in a critical way, because quite often maybe there's something missing in terms of infrastructure. Maybe there's something quote-unquote cold. Mr. Skinas was to the point when he raised the question. He said, what is the European Union? Why is it interesting to me? Why does it refer to me? The European Union makes a difference. 42 million has gone to the personal assistant. 345 personal assistants as we speak are by the side of fellow citizens of ours, and they are helping them tread down this road. Since we're talking about finding jobs, and I'm not just referring to disabilities, there are people who currently receive the minimum guaranteed income. Roma people will be getting more in order for them to be reskilled and upskilled, in order for them to acquire new skills and find jobs eventually. The RRF to us, moreover, equals a number of critical issues that are to be tackled in order to tackle disabilities. Well, we have in the pipeline projects for women that are currently abused, for instance, in order for them to be reskilled and find jobs. And we're also highly focused on the young people. Next to the various projects that you may be aware of, there is the so-called My House, My Place project. For the very first time, the Greek state is paying a subsidy in order for young people to acquire their own residence where they choose. And moreover, there are other housing policies that will be materializing in close conjunction with local communities and municipalities, thanks to the RRF funds. Because, as you said, it's very important to work with the elected leaders locally, so we will be refurbishing and renovating flats in both Athens and Thessaloniki in order for beneficiaries that are currently receiving their minimum minimum guaranteed income to have their own place. So we are trying to help people spread their wings and fly, and we're there to help each and every one who's in need. So in a nutshell, the RRF is exactly this. It's an instrument, it's a tool in order for the relationship between the citizen and a faceless, quite often state becomes more personalized, more individualized, more customized in order for people to understand that this is about me too. Thank you very much, Minister, says Mr. Simakopoulou. It's very important for us, you to know that in the family of the EPP, it's very important for us to be able to show to people that we have a social sensibility and sensitivity agenda that is not monopolized by any party whatsoever, but then nonetheless we are playing a leading role there. And right across me, there's Stelios Kipouropoulos, who is a peer of mine. He's been in the front line for so many such issues. Thank you very much, Minister. I know you have to go, and thank you for attending this event. And over to Mr. Hatzidakis. Minister. And needless for me to talk about the Greek economy. The economies has made life much easier for me recently. So now, every time we refer to the achievements of the Greek economy, we quote The Economist. But you are, par excellence, the man in charge and the man who's most knowledgeable about the path and the progress that the Greek economy is making and what role the RRF has within the context of the Kyriakos Mitsotakis administration. Good morning, says Mr. Hatzidakis. I'm also emotional here. And as you know, most of you at least, I used to be a member of the European Parliament for 13 years. And of course, I was a member of the EPP. I headed the Transport Committee for Transportation. I was also the rapporteur and moderator for regional development issues for the EPP. I was also the general rapporteur for the structural funds regulation, time and again. So at any rate, part of my heart is still in Brussels, and I am always there for the EPP. So this meeting today is very special, and I am emotional myself. Indeed. The economists summarize in the best possible manner the efforts that have been taking place in Greece as concerns our economy. Greece never stopped being, or rather, Greece now stopped being the black sheep of the European family. Greece is now a pleasant surprise. So we have to avow to that. We have to understand that this is because of and thanks to the policies of Kyriakos Mitsotakis personally and generally, collectively, the New Democracy Party, because the government slashed taxes, slashed social contributions, simplified the taxation context. This government also took steps within the context of the labour market in order to improve the standing of Greece. Allow me, because I see many party members, New Democracy Party members amongst you today, allow me to summarize very briefly what we've done. And I will be epigrammatic in terms of the progress we have achieved in the past few years and months. To begin with, we used to be last, or among the last, in terms of European growth. Now we have more than triple the growth rate of the European average. That's one. Second, right after the elections, we made good on our electoral promises, 50% of our electoral promises. Within the first month after the election, we made good on our promises, despite the fact that we were faced with natural disasters again and again. But now, pretty soon, you will be acquainted with the formal statistics that will be published, and you will see that we managed to do better than expected as far as the primary surplus was concerned, because it was decided upon that it would be approximately 1.1% of the GDP. And we did much better, and this is very important. Third, after 13 years, our country got the investment grade again. Now, some are saying, what do I care? This is not about the simple citizens. This is about the economists. But you know, the investment grade has improved our standing in terms of borrowing money compared to last year. Now we are getting interest rates when we borrow money that are smaller by 1%. So for 10 billion, now the Greek taxpayers are saving 850 million. And I'm talking in terms of the next decade. Having said that, the investment grade is benefiting first and foremost the simple citizen. Fourth, we have managed to score an impressive drop in the number of NPLs. It was 43%, and now non-performing loans are just a bit higher than 7% as we speak. Now, you might say, yes, they left the banks and they went to special vehicle companies. Yeah, but I have a response to that. The NPLs were 98 billion euros in 2021, and they are now 73%, or rather they were 73% in 2023, 73 billion. So I'm talking about the loan total of the NPLs. They dropped. Fifth, last year we had an increase in the tax revenue by 9.1% without increasing any tax whatsoever. So there were no tax hikes, but the revenue improved. This happened because of growth, the growth rate that we managed to score. This was also due to the fact that we had more consumption. And in the meantime, we managed to limit tax evasion because we have had an increase in the number of electronic transactions. So the inflation rate roll was smaller, and after all, inflation rate was smaller compared to 2022. Let me continue. Let me stay on this track and add another thing. The so-called void FIPIA, or what we're losing in terms of VAT, we have lost less money. We dropped from 23% to 15% in 2023, and our goal for 2024 is to get to 9% by the year 2026. Moving on. Over the past 7 months alone, here in Greece, we had 9 in privatization projects materialize, along with contracts, concession contracts, that brought to the state treasury 5.7 billion euro. This goes to show that, on the one hand, the government is determined, but on the other hand, the markets show trust in us, and of course, investors trust the Greek economy and Greece. As of 2019 until now, money deposited at the banks have increased. The sums have increased from 150 billion to 200 billion. So deposits have improved. 3/5 of this growth is due to the fact that households have been deposited more and more. And I believe this is a very powerful response to those that claim that figures are prosperous, figures are good, but the people are not prospering. You know what? Deposits are made by people. Basically, deposits are made by average people. And then the joblessness rate dropped. Unemployment rate was 17.5%, and now it's 9.2%. It was 9.2 last December. In 2023 alone, we had 102,000 people that were employed on top of everyone else before. So that was an increase in the number of jobs or employed people by 102,000. And the minimum wage increased. It was 602 or 650 euros. It was 780 later in 2023. So what about the average? You might wonder about it too. Well, according to official statistics, the average salary was in 2019 1,046 euros, and in 2023 it was 1,258 euro. That's 20.2% more. And we are certainly achieving our goals, and this is getting us where we expect to be at the end of the 4-year mandate of ours. So we would like to have the average salary at 1,500 by the end of our mandate. And let me give you another interesting point. Sales, car sales. I'm not really joyful about it because this is impacting on the balance of payments, but I'm referring to the acquisition of new vehicles because there are many people who are disputing and doubting everything. 109,000 cars were sold in 2013. 307,000 new vehicles were purchased 10 years later, that is in 2023. So the money was found. The money was somewhere. Obviously, the money was found in order for people to buy thrice as many cars because the economy is doing well, it's going well. So populists are saying that people are dying and they are living in dire straits, but it wouldn't have been possible. I'm not saying that there are no hikes in the prices, there's no inflation rate. Of course, there is the great challenge that we're faced with, that's converging with the average of Europe. Of course, you're right, but then again, let's not level out everything and let's call a spade a spade. And that's why the New Democracy Party was elected. That's why Kyriakos Mitsotakis was again Prime Minister and given scope for a second mandate. And I'm going to give the floor to Thodoris because Thodoris Kalakakis is after all in charge. He was since day one coordinating the efforts since the start, that is, of the RRF. So let me share one more thing before I hand over to Thodoros. As we speak, ladies and gentlemen, Greece is the first country in Europe, the top country in Europe in terms of support and assistance received through the cohesion funds and the RRF. I'm talking about recovery achieved. And That is also the result of a successful negotiation in Brussels, a successful negotiation that happened in Brussels by the New Democracy Party government. The money is not going to waste because as we speak right now, Greece, and I have the tables before me, we are fourth in terms of absorption rates as far as the NSRF is concerned for 2021-2027, well, throughout Europe, so we are fourth. And if we take into account the GDP of Greece, we are top in RRF funds absorbed. And this is also thanks to the efforts made by this government. So at the level of the Ministry of National Economy and Finance, we're concerned about keeping this going, especially when it comes to the RRF. Of course, we are faced with very strict deadlines, so we have to take advantage of these funds. So absorbing the funds and fully utilizing them will be important in order to have more investments in Greece, in order to cover the investment vacuum. It's very important to do so in order for Greece to go many steps higher up the rank and the ladder in order to get closer to the European average. This is the mission of ours for this 4-year mandate, and we're going to do this, and we'll make this happen. Thank you very much. Thank you, says Mrs. and Michelle Simakopoulou. As Eliza Vosenberg and Manolis Kefalogiannis know very well, dear peers of mine and also the Vice President of the European Commission, the green and digital transition are the fundamental priorities of this mandate at the level of the European Parliament, and we, Greece, is playing a very leading role in the green transition. When I was prepping for this panel discussion, I looked at the list of the various RRF projects materializing. Once I bumped into the ministry, I thought maybe I should stop. Now there's the pumping station, the heat pump, I guess. Yes, pump storage. Let me get this right. The pump storage facility that was recently visited by the Prime Minister. There are many projects. Nonetheless, Mr. Skylakakis, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Since the previous speakers actually shared with us how emotional they feel, I need to confess that I do not feel emotional because I was a member of ONEV years before Greece became a member state of the European Union, so back in the 70s. Now, in between, of course, I also served my mandate at the level of the European Parliament. So let's say I have the broad picture as regards Europe and the major shift that took place with the establishment of the RRF. This has been a monumental change of position, of stance from the European institutions. And allow me to make a prediction, if you wish. In the coming years, we will be faced again with the need to make yet another monumental shift as regards environmental change adaptation. So sooner or later, we will have to set up a facility against this climate change, because the first signal that we have vis-à-vis developments is that we are accelerating our efforts towards the green transition. However, the rest of the planet is lagging behind, and this environmental change impact is here. So Greece, for instance, last year, due to this exacerbation, had to pay the cost at the level of approximately 2% of its GDP. So if this is just, let's say, a first signal of what is about to come, and this is only a small sign of what is about to come, therefore, very soon, Europe and the rest of the world will have to face the fiscal and also growth impact from adaptation to this climate change. So in my view, we need to adopt a more, let's say, strict stance vis-à-vis the rest of the countries, the rest of the planet as regards what we require at the level of obligations from other parties against this change, against this environmental change. So Greece is a forerunner as regards green transition at the level of the RRF. In our energy mix last year, we had 75% of renewables at the level of the generation of energy, so from renewables and hydros. The lignite that used to be the main fuel in the country for 50 or 60 years, ever since the 60s, has been decreased to 7 or 8%, and it will be phased out from our system in the years to come. And we are doing our best to complete this effort as soon as possible, because it is very costly for us and not productive. At the same time, utilizing the RRF funds, we proceed with major interventions as regards energy saving. So approximately 200,000 homes. So from the moment that all the various RRF actions will have been completed, so the households will benefit from those investments. And the same goes for businesses and enterprises, because there are many projects and sub-projects and measures, ongoing ones and new ones. So all that is encouraging not only energy saving, but also this energy co-consumer principle, if you like. And in my view, what is also very important, this demand, the response to demand is very critical. So we need to adapt our system, energy system, electricity system, to this new reality. In other words, we are actually entering and making the transition into a system which much more stochastic, much more dependent on the conjunctural development. So we need to be more versatile, more flexible, more adaptable at the level of the energy and the electricity grid and system overall. So the RRF, because I would like to conclude and not take up too much of your time. So the RRF comes along with critical characteristics, if you like. Number one, because we have not stressed that in this meeting so far, has to do with reforms. At the level of our ministry, we have completed all the milestones, the reform milestones, that is, and there is another set of reforms that has been incorporated after the RRF revision involving the Repower EU chapter. So with the Bank of Greece, we have performed a study in order to see what is the value, the impact of the value at the level of the GDP, and what is the value of the reforms thanks to the RRF, always at the level of the GDP. So in the mid-run, the key change at the level of the GDP, that is the richness will be generated thanks to the reforms and not to the funds allocated and invested. So this has to be, let's say, conveyed as a message internally into the country. So the promotion of the reforms is not about, if you like, a European level exaggeration or something that is demanded by us. But on the contrary, the reforms is actually a way to respond to the challenges of the times, vis-à-vis growth, vis-à-vis the climate change, and so on. So the governments need to be able to balance the requirements coming from reforms and with the requirements coming from the society, so societal, if you like, claims. So we need to strike a balance between the two. And in my view, for the EPP, this is going to be the key wager in the upcoming European elections. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. We thank you. And now, Minister Papastavrou, we will actually take the advantage of your presence at the level of the presidency of the government, being so close to the PM. So to what extent is it that the PM Mitsotakis strategy is incorporated in the broader, if you like, context? We discuss about strategic foresight, resilience, strategic investments, economy, and so on. So you are involved so much in this because there is also a special secretariat dedicated to strategic foresight. So what could you share with us at the level of the big picture? Thank you. Minister Papastavrou, allow me also to share with you my, let's say, emotional, actually, position, because many years ago, it was the month of November, and in this room, we held the historic 9th Congress of the EPP. Back then, I had the honor to represent the Nea Democracy youth alongside with the YCP Enrico Letta, chair of the Christian Democrats, who was in the future about to take the mandate of the premiership in Italy. So this PPP Congress was a historic one, not only at the level of prominent personalities, but also at the level of its impact. It shaped what was, after all, renowned as the Athens program, because for decades it was a landmark for the EPP party. So in this hall, Herman Van Rompuy, Jean-Claude Juncker, Konstantin Mitsotakis, and others would discuss about the social economy of the market, about competitiveness, as Margaritis said. Back then, those concepts, those political ideas, was deemed as extraordinary, extreme ones. So they discussed about equal opportunities for all women and men. So let us all remember that the European family, Nea Demokratia, the EPP, are the pro-European political forces ever. And they have fought the fight in order for Greece not only to become a member state in the EU, but let us also do not forget the difficult decade behind us in order for Greece to hold on to this European family, and the decade for Greece, which is the current one, in which Greece is a protagonist in the European family. Both Kosice and Sofia and Theodoros Kyriakakis talked about the political, let's say, flesh and content that has been provided to the RRF from the Greek side by the PM, because the RRF is about its content. So the political choice by the Nea Demokratia party has been an economy growing, but with a very strong and prominent social stamp, entering a new digital green era. So Kostis presented to you all the data, all the fundamental figures. We are among the first countries at the level of absorptions as well. Sofia briefly described the key measures. So for the first time this year, we will have a national strategy for the people with disabilities with a dual purpose, that is the Greek people with disabilities to enjoy rights similar to the ones in Europe, and at the same time, those rights will not be representing anything less than the rights that are enjoyed by the people without disabilities. So this is at the core of our social policy, and this has been, if you like, a characteristic of the EPP forever. So you talked about this foresight, the strategy in the long run. It is clear, and it has become clear for us all that Greece will never again be faced with such a crisis, because we have, let's say, made a provision not to leave anything unplanned. So there is a key policy, that is, if you design for the future based on today, you face the risk of actually being derailed. So the European Commissioner, in a recent meeting we had with Minister Zaharaki, said to us, Europe, which aspires to become a protagonist by 2070, will only represent 4% of the global population. So if this does not ring a bell, in order to have it in your planning, then for sure, if you wake up in 2060, there isn't much that you can do. So Kyriakos Mitsotakis, already 3 years ago, established a special secretariat for foresight, for long-term planning, because this is the only way that you can, let's say, see what's coming and plan it ahead. So EPP is also a protagonist in this direction. I see familiar faces from the 80s, Korogiannakis, Sabatakos, Yannis. Back then, Nea Demokratia had initiated the debate about a European Coast Guard, and we would advocate in favor of this concept to convince our European friends in favor of this European Coast Guard. Back then, it made no sense. Now, with the migration and the Frontex, we know now that back then we had, if you like, implemented a foresight. And allow me to remind you, Anna Michel, that the commissioner responsible for foresight, Mr. Sefcovic, actually talked in an event for the 30 years of foresight by the government in Finland. And Greece was one of the countries that was presented with an award. So the objective is, in the coming years, that no bill of law will be tabled before the European Parliament unless it has been, if you like, been adjusted at the level of foresight. Allow me to thank you once again. I thank particularly Mr. Margaritis Kinas, because we are all in favor of a Europe which promotes solutions and foes of those who are not advocates of that. Thank you. Anna Michela Simakopoulou, I would like to thank all ministers for sharing with us their views, for sharing with us the big picture in a very, let's say, cozy ambiance. And before continuing with our next panel, let us enjoy a brief coffee.
Παρακαλώ πολύ να καθίσουμε.
Please take your seats so that we can get started with the second part of our day event today. I believe that the first session was very successful. We've become much wiser as a result of the addresses and the comments of the members of the first panel discussion. Please enter this room so that I can give the floor to Mr. Morrison, who is also the co-host, co-organizer in his capacity as representative of the EPP of this event, so that we can embark on the second panel discussion. Over to you. Microphone, please.
Thank you, Vangelis. Welcome back, dear colleagues, now after the coffee break for the second part of our event, which will be as interesting as the first one. Now we are starting with a panel about the involvement of local authorities in the design and implementation of the recovery plan, because as we said in the morning, we want this plan to work for every city, for every village, and this is why we want the mayors, the local, the regional elected officials to play a big role. And this is why we are also co-organizing this event with the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions. I am now going to invite the following speakers on stage. First is Jan Olbricht, who will moderate this panel. He's from Poland. He's the vice president of the EPP group, and he's the Parliament's rapporteur on the multi-annual financial framework, the budget of the Union, 21-27. Then we have Rob Jonkman, our colleague and friend who came from the Netherlands. He's also from the Committee of the Regions. He's responsible in the Committee of the Regions for the opinion on the implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Then, Rob. Then we have our Greek ministers that we are so proud of. We have Niki Kerameos, the Minister of Interior. We have Akis Kertsos, the Minister of State. And we have Apostolos Tzitzikostas, the first Vice President of the Committee of the Regions, the Governor of Central Macedonia. Jan Olbricht will be moderating the panel, and before the panel we will have two introductory speeches, one by Maria Sirengela, the Secretary of the Political Committee of Nea Demokratia, and the other one by Olgierd Geblevich, and I will give Olgierd the floor immediately. Olgierd also came from Poland to be with us, to support us. He's the chairman of the EPP group in the Committee of the Regions. He coordinates all EPP mayors, presidents of regions in the Committee of the Regions, and he's the president of the West Pomerania region in Poland. Olgierd, thank you for coming, please.
Thank you very much, Siegfried, for organizing this conference. Thank you, Vangelis, for hosting us in the beautiful city of Athens. First of all, I would like to, on behalf of the EPP group in European Committee of Regions, the biggest and the strongest political family in our committee, I would like to thank very much to our friends from European Parliament, from the party, that few years ago decided to fully take us, local and regional leaders, mayors, councillors on board, because I think that it is real added value of our EPP party, that we are not only Brussels party, we are not only Prime Minister's party, but we are local party, working hand in hand with our people in our villages, in our cities, in our municipalities, in our regions. And I'm more than proud that I can tell it here in Athens, in the cradle of democracy, because it was the city when people started to discuss, started to choose started to decide and building in this aspect democracy. And right now I feel that EPP is the only European family which is constructed in such a way that we are appreciating people on the ground, in our villages, in our cities, in our regions. Then, thanks to our strength on the ground, we can build our strength on the national levels and then on European level. I'm more than happy because when I became a president of EPP group in the European Committee of Regions, we were in power only in 7 European countries. Right now, we have 12 prime ministers, and I think that till the end of this year we will have majority in in Council of Europe, in European Council, sorry, having 14th. But still, even if we are not in power, just like in Spain, we are still very strong on the ground. We have, for example, in Spain, 12 out of 16 of regions when we are governing. So we need to keep it in mind that sometimes we are winnings, just like in Greece, just like in Poland, in my country, on the national level. Sometimes we are failing, just like temporary in Germany, temporary I would like to underline. But finally, when we are strong on the ground, we are successful as a strong EPP family. And this is my first political message from EPP group in European Parliament, that let's stay together, let's work together, let's be united from the bottom to European level. It is our strength. And what I would like to realize, why COR is so important, why Committee of Regions is so important, and why our strength in European Committee of Regions is so important. Because in the European Committee of Regions, we have all in total 330 members. 120 belongs to the biggest family. But it reflects the situation on the ground in our cities, in our Europes, in our regions. It reflects how is our strength in our councils, in our regional parliaments. So it means that when we take into account that in Europe we have 1.5 million of councillors, mayors, presidents of region, 1.5 million. 30% of them belongs and shares our values, and it is our strength. And it is my political message, but I'm more than happy that today we are talking in RRF format, Road to Recovery format, which was established thanks to very dedicated work of Siegfried Mureșan, thanks to our strong ally. And I'm more than happy that we can discuss about our tool, because RRF, it is tool invented by EPP, proposed by EPP, and it is tool which certainly stopped or prevent us from deep crisis in Europe. We can today. I'm more than happy that Rob Jonkan will talk about his report about the drafting and about implementing the RRF in European countries from our perspective, from the perspective from the ground. Because we are analyzing country by country. And of course, RRF is very centralized tools. It was invented as a centralized tool. But we can see some kind of rule that in those countries which decided on the national level, thanks to the wise leadership of the prime ministers, to take on board local and regional authorities in the drafting and implementing, things go good, things go smoothly. The great case of Greece, Croatia, Romania. In those countries, during drafting and during implementing, local and regional authorities was taken on board. But we can see, for example, as a comparison, countries which are advanced in spending European money from RRF, just like Spain or Portugal. In those countries, locals were not taken on board. And when we were in Lisbon, when we were in Barcelona, people from our cities, from our villages asked, where are the money? Where are the money? And the second aspect of the same story is look at the economic aspect, economic result of the countries. Look at the growing economy of Greece, growing economy of Croatia, and problems, economic problems in Portugal and in Spain. So we are very effective when we have strong and wise government, EPP government, and on the other hand, when we are taking local and regional leaders on the board. I'm very curious about the Greek road to recovery. I'm more than happy that I can be here and represent our EPP strong family from the Committee of Regions. Thank you once again for the invitation.
Okay, I just, of course, like Siegfried told before, now give the floor to Maria Stringera, the Secretary of Political Committee of Nova Demokratia. Please, the floor is yours.
Καταρχάς να πω ότι είναι ιδιαίτερη τιμή και χαρά.
To begin with, it's a great pleasure and an honor to host you in my capacity as Secretary of the Political Committee. It's great to have Vangelis. Vangelis Maimarakis was the very first Secretary of our Political Committee at the level of the New Democracy Party, Nea Demokratia, and I was also a member of the CPP family, the strong family. I was Vice President and later I was Vice President of the women of the EPP. But it's a pleasure and an honor to be here and see and speak the members of the EPP who are attending this event. This proves in practice that we, the Nea Demokratia Party, are fervent believers in the European integration, the idea of the European integration, and we also believe that being a part of this big family, the EPP, we are also a People's Party here in Greece. It's important to be members of such parties. Now, COVID, the pandemic, caused many problems, and it called for well-concerted and coordinated efforts to re-establish stability globally. And now this brings me to the RRF. We had the 800 billion to begin with, and of course the mission thereof was to restore, or rather make good for and remedy the economic and social impact of the pandemic. At this point, let me also remind you of the contribution, the defining contribution of the Greek Prime Minister, the Kyriakos Mitsotakis, back in March 2020, along with other 8 European leaders co-signed off a letter which for the very first time touched on borrowing at the European level to deal with the difficulties at hand. Thanks to the contribution of the EPP at the time, this is how we got to the RRF. We got to the plan. We're talking about 2 trillion euro. The sum overall was big. And this overall plan is a very important tool for all member states. And of course, local authorities and regional authorities have a very critical role to play in utilizing this plan, because this plan is very pertinent to the local government authorities. The local government authorities will be funding and financing various projects which are impacting on the daily lives of the local communities and the people. Let me briefly mention the digital transformation, digital services to the citizens, urban planning, environmental issues, properly handling them, and also refurbishing the stock of buildings. This is very important to have this plan, but the most important thing is that as we speak in Greece, there is close collaboration between the central government, the national government, and the so-called local government, the first and second instance. At this point, allow me to come to an end, and I will conclude this brief speech because we want to lend an ear to what the people have to say, the people who really know what this is all about, the people who are in charge of handling this plan. And let's also lend an ear to what people have to say, people from other countries, in terms of best practices. Having said that, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. You are a very rare example of Secretary General who has such a short speech. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And I would like to give the floor to Rob Youngman. He has been mentioned by Olga Degeblevich, who is the alderman of the municipality of Amsterdam from Netherlands. And you know, this is the alderman, if you allow me, Rob, is just that in the Dutch municipalities, this is the kind of collective governance, and the people who are governing the municipality are aldermen. So that's why when we say alderman, it means that someone who is one of the person governing the one municipality in Netherlands. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests, presidents, vice presidents, I stand here before you today with a profound sense of honor, because we gather in this historic city that has been the birthplace of democracy, civilization, and a symbol of resilience. Greece, like many other countries, has faced unprecedented challenges due to the pandemic. And the Recovery and Resilience Facility provides an opportunity for Greece to not only recover from the crisis, but also transform its economy and society. And the Greek government has recognized the importance of this transformative opportunity and has developed an ambitious recovery and resilience plan. The national plans of Greece include investments of about 32 billion euros, focusing on sustainable growth, on digital transformation, social inclusion and resilience. And the plan aims to create 200,000 new jobs and promote small and medium-sized enterprises and promote green and digital technologies. It's definitely one of the most ambitious national plans I came across. Greece is blessed with abundant renewable energy resources such as solar and wind power, and the RRF will help accelerate the transition towards a greener economy. The recovery and resilience plans hold an important key to revitalizing the Greek economy, enhancing its resilience and fostering sustainable growth. I'm convinced that through collective efforts, a constructive dialogue involving civil society, regions and cities, the further implementation of the plan will be a success. Our strong message as a Committee of the Regions is that effective implementation of the national reform and resilience plans and distribution of funds depend on the involvement of local and regional authorities. And I see that the Greek government, despite a lot of other national governments, is putting a great effort in creating public ownership and involving all stakeholders in a timely and good manner. And also Olgierd said something about that. And my compliments for the strong effort so far. But as we navigate through these challenging times, it's important to reflect on the progress made, acknowledge the obstacles faced, and strategize on the way forward. We need to look at the next steps ahead even after 2026, and that's the investment deadline. I'm looking forward to hearing your opinion and share ideas during the panel. With the challenging time, I also mean a possible changing European political landscape with the elections of the European Parliament and a new Commission period 2024-2029. I have 4 key messages for the next program period, and they are, first, as a Committee of the Regions, we need to reflect on how stronger anchor the principles of subsidiarity and multi-level governance in the Commission's work program and how to more efficiently monitor its applications in practice. I see a paradigm shift from shared management towards more centralized national coordination of programs like RRF, JTF, Brexit Adjustment Reserve, leaving us out. Second, we need to keep reminding Member States and the new Commission and the European Parliament of the importance of LRA's involvement in the implementation at both national and regional level. And this should be accounted for in the European Commission's annual reports on the implementation of the RRF. Third, the territorial dimension should be taken into account in the European semester. I reiterate the CR's strong appeal to the European Commission and the Member States to reform the European semester and enshrine the involvement of LRAs in the European semester in the so-called Code of Conduct. And fourth, the last one, the long-term sustainability. The Greek example has shown that the RRF should not be seen as a short-term injection of funds, but rather as an opportunity to create a lasting impact on the economy, society, and environment. It's crucial to prioritize investments that lay the groundwork for long-term sustainability and resilience. This includes a continuous promotion of innovation, fostering entrepreneurship, and fostering a transition towards a greener and digital economy. And in my opinion, the RRF is rather a marathon than a sprint, and does not stop by the end of 2026, when the projects and reforms have to be implemented. I'm very curious to hear your opinions on that. Evcharisto. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Rob. And the third introductory remarks is coming online from our friend from Warsaw, the president of Warsaw, Rafał Trzaskowski. Please try to pronounce his name. It's not very easy, but he is a very good friend and very active also in Committee of Regions. Rafał, the floor is yours.
Kalimera. Good morning. It's fantastic to be with you, although, of course, online. Great greetings to my friends Siegfried and Apostolos, and, of course, Jan Olbrycht, with whom I served in the European Parliament. It is really a pleasure to be able to feature in your conference. So, Haristo. Well, guys, you know, the message from Warsaw, the message from Poland is always positive, especially in the past few weeks, because we were able to win the elections and the government of the populists who were destroying and undermining our country for the past 8 years. And I think this is really a good message, not only for Poland, but also for Europe and for the world, that in times of populism, we, the parties from the EPP, can actually handle the situation and have charismatic leaders who are able to actually beat them and win in the elections. But of course, that does not mean that our life is easy. Because now we have to put everything back in order. We have to reinstate the rule of law. We have to reinstate our position in the European Union, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. Now, the role of the local and regional authorities, the role of the cities, I will submit to you, is absolutely crucial in that respect. When I was becoming the mayor of Warsaw, and I was moving from the European politics, because before that I was a member of the European Parliament and also Minister of European Affairs, many people were telling me, you know, this is a dream job, being a mayor of a capital city, because you can focus on the future, you can focus on a positive agenda, and you will feel the effects of your work. And of course, they were right, because that's exactly what is happening. But no one mentioned that we are going to have a pandemic along the way, that we are going to have a war on our eastern border, and that we are going to have a government which is going to break the rule of law and which is going to try to diminish the role of regional and local authorities, because that's what the populist government was doing. Warsaw alone lost almost 3 billion euros when it comes to tax revenues in the past 5 years, because that's what the populist government was doing to us, changing the tax codes in order to actually take our revenue away. But we are still realizing our priorities. We are still moving forward. But of course, in my opinion, we all should think about it, reflect on it, and also adapt to the situation. Because at the end of the day, we hope that in many of our countries, the center-right parties, the democratic parties, will have a chance, will have a go at the populists, and will be winning elections when confronted with such forces. And if that is to happen, then we need to have a full support, not only of our political family, but also of the EU institutions. Now, the most important thing I want to tell you, of course, also as a president of the ENVI Commission in the Committee of the Regions, is this. When we want to really seriously realize our common agenda, when it comes to fighting climate change, when it comes to creating new jobs, when it comes to making our reality more modern, and when it comes to investing in digitization, then we need to include the local and regional authorities. We are the ones who are on the ground. We are the ones who have been spending billions of EU money, and we know how to absorb them. We are the ones who really care, and in many instances are courageous and progressive. And we are the ones who are in touch with the people, which is now the most important thing, because we need to be sure that our policies have a support of the population. And we are really great at raising that awareness because we walk the streets of our cities on a daily basis. That's why, for example, if we want to realize our ambitions when it comes to fighting climate change, we want to have the best nationally determined contributions, we should include cities and regions in forming these nationally determined contributions in order to be able to meet our ambitious goals. Now, when it comes to the recovery plan, I mean, that was, of course, again, one of the greatest sins of the former conservative populist government in Poland. Because they were breaking the rule of law, of course, that meant that the money was frozen. And in a certain sense, it was us, it was the people of Poland, it was the local and regional authorities, which were also paying the price of the government because we were deprived of the funding. Now, the money has been unblocked, and that's, of course, a huge win and great news for Poland. But we should look very closely at the recovery plan, because we need to make sure that the recovery plan is tailor-made to the needs of Poland, because a lot has happened in the years that has passed. For example, the population of Warsaw has risen by 200,000 people because of the refugee crisis, and because, of course, of the fact that the effects of the war on Poland are quite palpable. So the most important thing is to allow us in Poland, and of course do it together with the European institutions, to look at the recovery plan and to be able to treat it in a flexible way. Of course, the most important thing is, for how long are we going to be able to spend it? Because as you all know, the date today is 2026, which is going to be very difficult for us, as we are having the access to the money only from January onwards, January this year. So I would submit to you that one of the most important signals from the European institutions should be a possibility for prolonging the realization of the recovery fund if we really want to make it happen in Poland. And of course, this is one of the things that is absolutely crucial, because if a given country is able to actually fight the populists, then we would expect the European institutions to respond to that. You know, whoever was coming to Warsaw in the past years, or whoever was talking to me in Brussels, they were always asking me, how can we help? Well, now it's the moment in which we can put our heads together and think how we can actually make this thing work. So I think that prolonging the realization of the recovery fund for Poland for a few years would be a fantastic signal, which would mean that the European institutions can be quite flexible, and would also allow us to go into the next financial budget, into the next financial perspective, without a huge gap in the realization of the infrastructural project, because as we know, the next financial perspective will probably kick in after 2028. Another thing is also, of course, thinking about the priorities, because the previous government was constructing our recovery plan in such a way as to exclude many of the bigger cities from the recovery plan, of course, for political purposes. So I think that we should be able to actually look at the priorities of the recovery plan together. For example, to make more room for investment in green infrastructure projects, especially when it comes to public transportation, because that was by and large excluded from the recovery plan, or it was allowed only in a small percentage. And we want to fight climate change. We want to be ambitious. That's why we need to have money for public transportation, of course, for retrofitting of our houses, and so on and so forth. And the last thing is, of course, the inclusion of the regional and local authorities, cities, of course, as well, in planning and in direct financial assistance. Because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are on the ground, we are the ones who know how to spend the money, and we can make this a huge success for all of us. And this is not just for Warsaw, this is not just for Poland, because if we want to realize our common ambitions, then we need to do it together. And we need to have the city, the regions, as a force which is going to pull us in the right directions. Because that's where the energy is, that's where all the expertise is, and that's where the contact with the citizens is, where we are the best, I would submit to you, in translating some of those priorities into real action. So once again, thank you very much for having me in Athens virtually. All the best to our fantastic friends. And let's do things together, because at the end of the day, the beauty of the cooperation between member states, cities, and regions is that there's absolutely no competition. We don't want competition. We don't want, some institutional infighting. We just want to create synergies so that at the end of the day, we realize our common priorities together. So all the best, and I hope to see you soon, guys.
Yes, thank you, Rafał Trzaskowski, President of Warsaw. When we say President of Warsaw, it's because in Poland, when there's the big city, is President. In the small city, is a mayor. Of course, that's why there are some differences in the member states. So that's why I call my friend President Rafał Trzaskowski. Thank you, Rafał, very much indeed for your speech. And now this part of our panel now will be Greek. And before giving the floor to the Greek panelists, I'm just very short introduction and information. Please try to understand what is quite complicated in the European problems, that there are different kinds of European money which is going to each country. Like, for example, to Greece. You have of course, the money which goes direct to economy. This economic situation has been described, but in the former panel, money for research, money for transport. This is one. The other element is the cohesion policy, which is very well known in Greece, because you have so many successes with the cohesion policy, which is mainly structural funds, regional fund, cohesion fund, social fund. This, it goes to each country like to Greece, and it goes for the years 21 to 27, plus 2 additional years, it means to 29. The third element, which is created, what has been explained before, especially created because of COVID. What is the specificity? That's why I will ask the panelists now. The specificity of this what we call RRF, the plan. The specificity is that because of COVID and because of the completely unexpected situation, European Union, all the member states decided to go to financial markets and take the credit. EU with credit is completely different than EU without credit. This is completely different EU. European Union decided to go to take the credit, and next to give it to the member states as grants or loans, but under certain conditions. Under certain conditions. One condition was at least big percent for climate, energy, etc. Second condition, at least 20% for digital. But what is the most important, each member state has to declare reforms. I would like to remind you that Greece declared 67 reforms, 67 structural reforms, very important reforms, plus the investments. What is very exceptional is that this money is not given like cohesion, in advance. RRF is completely different. RRF is then you make something, you get money. You don't make it, you don't get money. This is completely different. And the third element, which is extremely important, that what has been mentioned by the President of Warsaw, that the date I mean, the deadline final is 26. This is a very, 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 very short time. It means that everything should be finished 26. Please remember, cohesion 29, RRF 26. Everything should be made very quickly in a very efficient way. And the question how to do it, that's why we are now discussing the role of the government versus the local government. Because without the close cooperation, it's extremely difficult to do it. That's why the President of Warsaw said we hope that it will be prolonged, not 26, but later. For a moment, no decision at all. My question to our Greek colleagues, panelists here, what about the situation in Greece? When you look at the cohesion and RRF, what about the approach of the government versus the local government, especially when you have the reforms? You have the reforms going to reform. When I look at your plan, you have a lot of things how to use digital elements to make the administration reform more efficient. This is very well known in Europe now, what you did with the digitalization of administration. This is probably one of the best now in Europe. But you have to be in a hurry, because 26 is finished. So and please, 67 reforms, a lot of money to be spent. And of course, this is the question, how you can see it in 24, 2 years before the end. And of course, now, I will give the floor to Niki Karameus, the Minister of the Interior, and you know the best. What about the reform and the contact to local governments? The normal situation, I mean, not normal, the average situation that the local governments, they don't trust minister. This is the normal situation. I used to be the mayor of this city. So the normal situation, the ministers, they don't like the local at all. What about you? What about the approach of the minister to the local and how to cooperate? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for increasing our level of stress. So I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Congratulations to the organizers. I'm truly delighted to be part of this fantastic EPP conference, especially focusing on the RRF package and on the specific topic of how to better coordinate, better partner between central government and local authorities. I'm told we have to switch to Greek, so if you will allow me. Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ λοιπόν που είμαι σήμερα εδώ μαζί σας και ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you so much for being here, and indeed this is a unique opportunity for us, thanks to the RRF, in order to take our country many steps ahead. So a fundamental pillar of this RRF recovery plan, in close collaboration with the presidency of the government, with the Minister for the Economy and Finance, has to do with a very close collaboration between the central government, the central administration, and the local authorities. So two pillars as an indication under the RRF, which underscore this close relation between the central government and the local authorities. The first pillar has to do with the RRF measure, which has to do with the road safety, which is of a budget exceeding 600 million euros, with 2 out of the 13 regions of the country, 154 municipalities, and this involves 262 projects and sub-projects. So this major reform package means to improve the overall conditions as regards road safety, road asphalting across the country. So this is an indicative example of valuable funds from the RRF can benefit the entire country, from Athens to Salonika up until all the extremities and the corners of Greece. So this is a very telling example as regards the necessity to have a close collaboration between the government and the local authorities. A second example is the multi-leverage governance, multi-layer governance. In practice, in our country, there are various layers. So the central government, the ministers, the key authorities, the decentralized regions, local authorities, and the mayors. So what are the competencies specific to each layer? For example, I wake up in the morning and there is a tree outside my home, and it is been hit by weather conditions, so it is on the street. So going beyond my sorrow, whom do I call? The regioner, the mayor, the ministry, the local authority? I have no idea. This is why one of the key measures for the RRF actually focuses on this aspect, putting some order as regards the capacities per level of mandate. For example, we have to take stock of the current situation and then put some order. For example, when it comes to issuing a license for a specific reason, there are 4 ministries involved. So all of us together, the ministries, the decentralized region, the municipalities, we need to come to a consensus as to what is the best distribution of capacities and what's the best, let's say, tool for that. I hope that at some point you will have an app on your mobile phone. You will, let's say, tap tree, and you will have the accurate, updated information for the citizen in order to address the correct competent authority. So this is a very tangible example for a necessity to have a collaboration across all levels. But in order to do all that a reality, it is necessary to have the appropriate regulatory framework that will support the local authorities across all levels in order for them to become more productive, in order to have incentives for our human resources, in order for our public administration resources to be more productive. So by evaluation, via incentives, and also by setting objectives. So what is the best way? Because we have been discussing that at the level of the Ministry of Interior. The common goal is to make the life of the citizens better, to offer to citizens quality services. So the central administration, the central government, headed by the Prime Minister, the ministers, but also the regions, my dear friends, regioners. So our key priority is to be your allies, to be your supporters, and support your work at the level of the design and at the level of the implementation of all the RRF measures and projects and sub-projects involving you, the local authorities. Thank you.
Prove that in politics, what really counts is not only the law, it's not the money, but trust. I mean, you have to trust each other so that you will not be cheated the other. So I think that this is what you really say. And all the reforms which has been made should be based on trust. I mean, the people, if they believe you, if they trust you, they can accept the reforms, which are not very easy always. So I think thank you thank you, for example, of the tree. As a mayor, I can give you many, many examples that the people, they completely lost, and very often, when I was the mayor, they called me that someone was attacked them, and I said, this is the police, and police is not depending on me. But they said, doesn't matter, but you are the mayor, you have to take about it. So that's why I understand very well. So now the Akis Skertsos, the Minister of State, please, what is your view on the situation of RRF in Greece, please?
Hello from myself. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for organizing this event. Thanks for having studied so well the Greek national plan. Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Θα ήθελα να ξεκινήσω κάνοντας μία σύγκριση.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by comparing the various programs and projects for social cohesion and the co-funded and co-financed programs and projects for Greece so far, and compare all that with the RRF. There are important differences between them. Some have already been underscored. The most important is the eligibility parameter, the conditionality. I mean, as was said, in order for you to get money from the European Union, there is conditionality, meaning that you have to proceed with certain commitments. You make good on the commitments for reforms and investments. You commit yourself as a country in various ways in order to turn the country into something more green, more digitalized, more effective. So it's not just about investment projects, it's also about reforms. And reforms are very important because they are the way to improve the effectiveness and efficiency and the efficacy of the funds invested. If we look at the figures and numbers through time, we have had many funds come to Greece. Since Greece joined the European Committee, we have received dozens and dozens of billions of euros. Despite that, for years, Greece was still lagging behind in terms of its convergence with the rest of Europe. At the level, the European, the national, and the regional level, something was not working properly. What was missing was proper governance and management of these programs and projects. There was also a lacking sense of ownership of reforms and projects. There was no measuring and correcting the efficacy or lack thereof of these programs and projects. And I think what was missing was a core vision, political and economic vision, under the umbrella of which we had the implementation of programs and projects. But in the meantime, we've been taught many lessons that we learned through the crisis, the economic and financial crisis of the previous decade. So we've learned the lessons, and we realized that we have to make Greece into an economy that is export-oriented. We have to be more effective and efficient. We have to make sure that we don't have more debts. Rather, we have to have surpluses. We have to have proper management of our funding and finances. We realized it's important to digitalize our state. And of course, we had to proceed with the green transition. The green transition meaning that we have to have more RES in our energy mix. All of the aforementioned are elements and features for a national plan, and it was everything was reflected in the plan that we drafted for the RRF, and everything was translated into specific projects, which were the result of recommendations and proposals coming from a Wiseman committee. Mr. Pissaridis, who's a Nobel laureate, was entrusted, along with a group of his peers, to formulate this vision for the next decade. They submitted a report. The committee of the wise men submitted a report.
Only for me, but also the Wiseman Committee. I mean, how it was constructed, who nominated this. You started to explain it. Yeah.
It was the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister created this. It was under the auspices of the Prime Minister, that committee. We selected an internationally acknowledged economist, Mr. Pissaridis, who's a Greek Cypriot economist, along with a select few economists. Within 6 months, they drafted the plan. The plan was about Greece in 2030. The plan was about what we want to see happen for Greece in view of 2030. And this was a plan that we used for many actions and projects for the RRF. This was a first for Greece. Normally, for the previous NSRF programs, management was happening at a more technical level. It was just senior state officials, and it was abrupt. It was bottom-up. The government has just a small hand in forming this vision and plans. So in this case, we made a difference. It was substantial. It was essential. Then a steering committee was created inside the government. I personally was a member representing the government. There was also the involvement of the Ministry of Finance and Economy and the Ministry of Growth and Development. The person who was in charge of the Prime Minister's office also was part of it. This was the first too. So in close collaboration with the local government administration, we worked together in order for us to decide upon the guidelines and the strategies. So we strategized everything on the basis of the Pissaridis report, and that's how we formulated the plan. eventually we had set up a special agency for implementing the program. We didn't expect the NSRF people or the Ministry of Development people to have this program, to manage the program. We built a special body, a special committee that is in charge of monitoring the implementation of the RRF program and projects. That was very important. Greece, thanks to its perfectly formulated plan, managed to get a lot of money, most of the money compared to everyone else, taking into account the population of the country. We are amongst the top countries absorbing this money. This is very important, and it's very important for Greece given our past. Normally we were really late, we were really behind, and we were trying to deal with what was pending. And now we are being more efficacious and effective. This is very important because the divergence is smaller. And of course, we are at a distance from the rest of the regions within the EU, because in the old days we didn't manage to take advantage of the funds in the best possible manner. It is important to proceed with the reforms. Reforms are important because we, amongst others, want to have better goals in terms of electric vehicles or changing the energy mix. In order for that to work, we have to have a friendly and flexible regulatory environment. You can't have one without the other. Of the past 4 years, we have managed to have twice as many RES in our energy mix because we changed the investment framework. And so investments now can come faster. The investors can have their investment happen faster. That is why the RRF is the future of support plans and projects in Europe. This is the way to go. Conditionalities are very important. They should be. They're very important, and the supervision programs and projects are very important. I'm talking about the past, the crisis. In the past, we had failures about the energy, the mix of policies that we took advantage of or implemented, but the mechanism at core was good. So we've learned the lessons of the crisis. We are sticking to these mechanisms. We're upgrading everything using the RRF. The RRF is our compass now, and we are monitoring and taking stock of all the policies that we're implementing. So along the RRF funds and actions and activities, we're also looking at all of our priorities. We have one common system in order to have a clear image overall. Yesterday, we had a meeting with the Prime Minister and the 13 regional governors of Greece, the newly elected ones, the older ones. So we talked, all of us together, about the regional plans for growth and development in each and every region. And the Prime Minister said that next to the in-house monitoring of ours, at the end of March, there will be a public platform. It will be open to the citizens, so each and every agency, individual citizens and media can take stock of and monitor the course and progress of programs and projects that are happening thanks to EU funds, in order to have transparency, to have accountability, to solve problems when some critical actions and activities do not materialize as fast because they're important to local growth and development. There's nothing to fear when there's extroversion and transparency and openness. These are very important issues in order for us to be more effective and efficient. Measuring and being effective is key in order to have the trust of citizens. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think that what you said is just one of the answers why you are doing well. I mean, this is the method. The method what you described is just to have the longer plan till 2030, made by the wise men specialist professionals. Next, to use this plan to create the your plan RRF, which is shorter, but which can give the possibility to take from the plan some of the things which are urgent, and next to introduce them and to make it transparent and to make it monitored by the others. I think this is maybe very important to also to share with the other countries, that this is not the question how to spend money, but the question is how to well prepare the plan and to how make it inform the citizens and the local partners. And I think one thing what you said is very important, what we repeat always in the Parliament. EU is not a bank. EU is not a bank. Of course, EU has a bank, but it's not a bank. That's why what you said, conditionality. I mean that the European money can go if you fulfill the obligation. This is the condition. So, because without the condition, it's just distribution of money. To be very frank, if this is distribution, just distribution of money, EU is not necessary. I mean, Ms. Commissioner knows very well. EU is international organization which is working together and using the money also to influence the processes and not just distribute money. The commissioners are not the people in bank who are sending money to this country. No, they have to make policies. So thank you very much. I think it's just to show the longer perspective, how it's organized. So let's go to someone who's very well known in Brussels, very well known in Brussels, for many, many good experience in your past. So I'm just trying to not to change your official title, the Governor of Central Macedonia, first Vice President of the COR, member of the EPP CRR, but of course in the past the President, and Mr. Apostolos Tzitzikostas, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleague. And I say colleague because once a mayor, always a mayor, at least at heart. And I have to admit that it's very important to have people from the local and regional level serving in the European Parliament, because this way we connect the European Parliament with the regional and local levels, and it's very, very important for the future of the European Union. Κυρίες και κύριοι, θέλω πρώτα απ' όλα να ξεκινήσω...
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by expressing a very warm and big thank you to the EEP group for this invitation extended to us to participate in this important meeting. And it has been an excellent choice on behalf of the organizers to involve in the panel discussions and in this debate the role of the regions, the role of the municipalities, of the local authorities. So we need to understand what is the contribution of the regions and of the municipalities in practice and not in theory. So let me give you in a nutshell some figures as to the role of the local authorities. 240 regions and 90,000 municipalities across the EU. 60% of the investments, 30% of the public expenditure, 90% of the actions and the measures for climate and climate change and environment, 60% of the total budget of Europe, and 70% of the totality of actions and measures at the level of the EU are currently being implemented by the regions and the municipalities. As a case in point, in Greece, in my region, 87% of the resources and the various actions is allocated towards infrastructure and growth projects. Therefore, it is clear to everybody that the role of the regions and the municipalities is pivotal, and if we want to achieve growth in the country and across Europe. So the previous speakers, and I fully subscribe to what they have said, that it is the RRF vis-à-vis the cohesion funds are, let's say, very different. They have their own specificities. However, they are not in contradiction. And let us not forget that both, let's say, streams of funding ought and are in activation on a complementarity basis. Across the years, the regions have managed very important funds, that is, the cohesion funds resources. And in my view, this is the most important pillar for democracy in Europe. Why? Because the cohesion funds resources, the ESPA, as it is dubbed in Greek, it is the channel, the pathway to translate the EU institutional, let's say, funds into a reality for our citizens. And if we want to be successful, the design and the shaping should not be done from top to bottom, but the other way around. because the regions and the municipalities, which is the level of administration which is on the ground, are the ones with the knowledge and the expertise better than anybody else in order to respond to the real needs, because they are aware of the reality and the real needs of the citizens. So the role of the regions and the municipalities, not only for the RRF, but also for all other EU funds, is critical and pivotal. Therefore, dear friends, I'm very proud because I represent my country at the level of the Committee of the Regions. So I am very proud because Greece is a role model at the level of collaboration between the government and the regions and the municipalities for the RRF plan. So I can assure you, as chair of the Committee of the Regions in Europe, that most of the countries, most of the member states, after the kickoff of the RRF facility, did not involve the regions and the municipalities as co-locutors. On the contrary, they excluded them. And this goes for countries with a long tradition at the level of decentralization, such as Spain. In Greece, that was not the case. The Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and the entire team made the right decision, putting aside other political, if you like, objectives, and they put the regions and the municipalities on board, because everybody is fully aware of the added value of the local authorities. Now, in Greece, yes, indeed, the regions are present across important projects, especially as regards road safety, because this is a key objective for us in the country, but also via a series of synergies and collaborations with competent ministries. Yesterday, I had the pleasure to hold a meeting with the Minister of Culture, Madame Mendoni, who is also attending our meeting, and we discussed not only cohesion funds programs and projects, but also RRF measures, because it is not possible to design and plan for a 5-year term program unless you do not know which are the projects to be implemented in each specific sector in the current or in the next year. So we're very proud because our country submitted an integrated plan, and that was the first country which submitted an integrated plan at the level of the NSRF, and now it is among the first countries at the level of absorption of funds. But as Minister Skertsos has said, this actually was delivered because we had a plan, because we worked hard, and because actually there is a whole change of mindset, starting from the head, from the Maximus mansion, all the way down, the ministries, the local authorities, the regions, in order to exercise control, in order to have a strategic planning which is implemented very tightly based on timelines and milestones and objectives. So whenever we see that sometimes there are other, let's say, countries that are lagging behind, it is precisely because there is not such a tight planning. So the regions are actively involved in this effort. So the major project for the regions in the coming years is all the projects that will allow for our regions to become smarter, greener, more digital. So we will achieve growth, because recovery, which is the topic of our meeting, will not be generated only via the RRF project, but also thanks to the overall effort and by putting into good use every single euro that is allocated to our country via other European funds as well. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reassure you that the Committee of the Regions, which I honorably represent today, as well as the 13 regions in Greece, will continue in the coming years to closely collaborate with the government, with the European Union institutions, and we will deliver projects and measures upgrading our country, promoting reforms and responding to the real problems of the citizens. So let us not forget that this is the competitive advantage as regards the regions. And to put it differently, Europe, initially, the edifice was built from the leadership towards the citizens. However, the future for Europe will be bright if it takes place from the bottom to the top. Thank you.
If you allow me, I would just to add what you said, that we in the European Parliament, when we were working on the legal base for RRF, especially Siegfried Muresan, who is here, of course, we used the method which was, in fact, was not correct for many governments. Why? Because in this legal base, we gave the possibility to the government to contact local government, the possibility, and not the obligation. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe we should oblige the government, but we didn't do it. We made the possibility. There are only some governments, what you said, which use the possibility. And they are now, we can see that they are now efficient. When they use the possibility to work with local and regional authorities, the result is very interesting. Like, for example, Greece is one of them. One of them is Croatia, which is also a very, very good example of working with local governments. But there are some very, very important, very big and very rich countries which didn't do it. And I think that you would be very surprised when you talk to the mayors in the big countries which are completely not involved in RRF at all. So that's why when you listen to Rob, to this, his statement from the Committee of Regions, which was very clear that this method, RRF, it depends how it's used. It can be used in a very correct way with local governments and regional, or not, and the result is now different. You have, I'm not breaking any secret. For example, Germany has still 30 or 40 billion which is not spent, and they don't have plan to spend it. And this is 2024. My country is different because of the government. We have the RRF blocked, so the former government in Poland just didn't want this money. I have the question because we have some minutes before the next important panel. And my question is, if there anybody from the audience who wants to make the remark or to make the questions to our panelists, please, the floor is yours. If there is any will to take the floor and to ask or to comment, please, the floor is yours. Okay, so I have only one question to you. I don't know who of you, because when you start to speak about the link between cohesion policy and RRF, the question is, in many countries, the problem is of complementarity. Very often in member states, what we observe is that the local governments and regional governments, they don't go to cohesion and they go to RRF. So the money for cohesion is not spent because the people, they prefer to use RRF because it's simply quicker, etc. What is the situation in Greece? I mean, what about the cohesion versus RRF? Because it's important for us when we have this kind of meeting.
Allow me to respond by saying that we have made certain choices, architecturally speaking, in order to provide a solution to this issue. For the cohesion policy, the right instrument is the NSRF. For the RRF, well, it's built to serve certain strategic priorities for infrastructure to facilitate the green transition, digitalization, improving horizontally the entrepreneurial environment, facilitating the amelioration of the operation of the state. It's about the physiognomy, the image of the economy overall. This does not mean that the RRF does not have certain actions, projects and activities for specific municipalities, but the goals are the ones that I mentioned before. Over the last election, we also made another strategic choice. We put both under one ministry, that is the Ministry of National Economy, the Finance Ministry rather, and the Ministry of Development. So we managed to put everything under their umbrella. Both the NSRF and the RRF are supervised by one single entity. The ministry is in charge, and the ministry can create complementarities. That can also facilitate the management, the administration thereof. It's ameliorating the planning as such. And this way, regions and municipalities can converse with Mr. Papathanasis. He's here. He's one person in charge of managing both. So we know who to turn to which direction depending on the needs. The right architectural choice in terms of management and governance is almost 80% of success. If you, since day one, plan for everything properly, if you have a specific philosophy and rationale, and then you have the infrastructure that you need today, not what you had 30 years ago, what you had 30 years ago, what you built 30 years ago, served the needs of a different time. Now, everything is updated in order to have better results. Greece must run at a speed that's twice faster compared to the rest of Europe in order for us to fill in the gap. And in terms of convergence, and to do so, we have to take advantage of every single cent, not just every single euro. We have to take advantage of everything. We must money well spent. This is our motto. Mr. Tzitzikostas, there's a contractual difference between the two. The one is channeled and meant most for structural changes, as the minister said. But the cohesion programs and projects is the core, let's not forget about it, the core program of the EU, because the RRF is an extraordinary fund. It arrived today. It's here until next year. It should be absorbed, and then that's the end of it. But the cohesion policy is here to stay. Cohesion policies are giving us schools, hospitals, infrastructure, works for roads and motorways. We are greening. We are combating climate crisis. We are trying to preempt floods. We are promoting culture and civilization. So the cohesion policies give us works everywhere, that is projects everywhere. The RRF is an emergency and extraordinary instrument. So we have to understand the difference, and we have to understand that one can complement the other. Pay attention to this, please, because there's this discussion going on at the context of the European Union. It's very important to highlight this, and we need the regions and the municipalities, need you, the people from the European Parliament. We need you by our side. It's important for you to voice that. There are people who are talking about fewer funds coming through the cohesion funds. We have to make people understand that cohesion policies are the ones that breathe fresh air into our democracy. They are the backbone of it. The cohesion policies give real answers to real problems for the people. The cohesion policy brings Europe in every neighborhood, in every city, in every town, in every village, and in every region. So if we slash cohesion funds, or if we downsize cohesion policies, then we ought to know that we are paving a very dangerous path for Europe.
I think that it's what it says. This is extremely important to understand that the RRF is not replacing cohesion. This is an additional instrument which is necessary for recovery of economy. And of course, I think that we should finalize our panel. Okay, Prime Ministers, President of the EPP, if you allow me, I would just finalize our panel. And I will just say that what is extremely important in our talk now, that we have just described the example of Greece and the way of treating the RRF and cohesion, and saying that the RRF would not replace cohesion, but the method is very similar to what we saw in Croatia. That's why I'm very glad the Prime Minister of Croatia is here, because these two countries, they found a method to make complementarity between cohesion policy and RRF. And as long as made, and this is very clearly defined, so the result is very good, and the result is very visible. But I think it's very important to explain it to the local governments and regional governments. But you don't think that RRF will replace it. No, RRF is additional, is shorter, is what Rob said. This is a different method, which can be dangerous for cohesion if it's not well done. So, but I think that these two examples should be also distributed around Europe, showing that as long as you make it a very correct way and you understand the mechanism, it can be very useful. But if not, it will be just another instrument for centralize the power. So I think that this is it. I don't know if the panelists want to have the last word before we give the floor to the Prime Minister. Rob?
Thank you. Very, very brief, just one sentence. When I look at the implementation of the RRF, I'm doubting, shall I emigrate from the Netherlands to Croatia or to Greece? Because they really do a very great and a very enormous job involving local and regional authorities. So thank you for this, and I hope that other member states will listen to it. Thank you so much.
Madam Minister, I wanted to provoke her to ask about the post-elections in Greece, but I don't know if you have time.
Well, I'll seize that opportunity and add that indeed Greece has just voted in for the first time in history postal voting. So for the forthcoming elections, which are to take place in exactly 4 months from today, for the first time Greek citizens either living in Greece or living outside of Greece will be in a position to vote through postal vote. Επιστολική ψήφος για πρώτη φορά στην ιστορία της χώρας μας.
This is a first for Greek history. This is a measure, the postal vote is a measure that applies both in the case of people, Greeks who are living here and also abroad. I'm insisting on that because people were saying that this is pertinent to just people living abroad. No, this applies to Greeks living here as well. There are certain categories like senior citizens or people that are faced with moving disabilities or students who may be studying far from where they reside normally, or their family does. People with disabilities, 18-year-olds who are currently senior high students, all of them can use the postal vote in the next election. The platform should be open in a few days from now. Mr. Prime Minister, and you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying that because we are here in the context of the EPP, and we are joined by something really, really strong here. We want the EPP to be strong in the upcoming election as well. Thank you very much.
Ένα τελευταίο σχόλιο θα ήθελα να κάνω που νομίζω ότι είναι σχετικό.
One last thing, which is pertinent to our political family and our philosophy in terms of growth and development. A distinct feature that is very characteristic of the new national plan, that was approved by the European institutions, was the role of the loans that have a very low interest rate in order to fund and finance private investment projects. It's very important to have public investments too. We have 85 billion in total. That's public investments through all the EU funds. If these investments do not come hand in hand with the private sector's mobilization, then it will just be half the work done. The loan facility of the RRF is very important. We gave a real fight in order to have it accepted. There were technical issues and problems. It was eventually accepted and agreed upon. It reverberates well with the Greek market. Not all of the European countries have used it, but it's very important to acknowledge, and it's very important to have it. So I'm inviting all the member states to think about using it better in order to mobilize the private investments to have them happen too. One last comment. We have to understand that the statism that was the prevalent rationale in Greece stood in the way. It was a huge obstacle for the growth and to the development of regions. They were state-owned ports or marinas that were not taken advantage of, or all types of ports that were not used and they were state-owned. We saw that this was not ushering in growth and development. As of the moment that we decided to team up with and have concession contracts signed with private entities, we've seen growth and development hikes. This is very important if you want to combat regional inequalities. Thank you very much. Since I believe it's high time that we have the main panel of the day, the political debate, and since I believe that what we said before has actually covered all of the issues that this day event was meant to touch on, let me commend and congratulate you for the ways in which Greek or everywhere will be able to vote using the postal vote as well. Let me also add this. Yes, it's very important how you vote, which way you turn to during the European election, but the most important thing is what you vote for. So, I believe that all of us, at all the levels and instances of governance, the European one, the local, the national, the regional level, we have to give this battle for the next 4 months to make sure that the EPP wins the day in all 27 member states, because it's the only way to go in order for Europe to progress and advance to benefit its people. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me.
Please believe me, it's a really big pleasure when you have a chance to talk not only to convince politicians, but professionals. I think this is really a pleasure when we this kind of talk. I would like to applaud the panelists. Thank you very much indeed.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, now we're coming to the central part of our event. We are going to discuss what is behind the success story here in Greece, what is behind the success story in Croatia, and what is behind the success story at European level. For this, we have with us now this morning two prime ministers and one president. Two prime ministers that have both fundamentally changed their countries. Our first guest was elected prime minister here in Greece in 2019. We are seeing since then here in Greece economic growth. We're seeing investments. We're seeing successful privatizations. We are seeing successful absorption of EU funds. We are seeing credit rating agencies recognizing the performance of Greece and recommending to the world to come and invest in Greece. And we're seeing the economists calling Greece the country of the year. Dear colleagues, dear friends, the President of Nea Demokratia and Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. In the middle. Our next very successful EPP Prime Minister, colleagues, friends, has brought last year his country into the Schengen area and into the Euro area, and with this I think we say everything. He has put Croatia at the heart of the European Union. Croatia is fully integrated, is influencing decisions, it's taking part in all decisions at European Union level, and it is benefiting from European funds, from European integration more than ever. The Prime Minister of Croatia, Andrej Plenković, welcome to Greece. And dear colleagues, the EPP is the largest political family at European level. 12 prime ministers, heads of state and government out of 27. It's the largest political group in the European Parliament, and we are going to the European election now knowing that we are going to win the election, we are going to remain the largest political force, and we are going to lead Europe, continue to lead Europe in the next 5 years. A big merit in this has our President of the European People's Party and Chairman of the EPP Group in the European Parliament, Manfred Weber. Each of our three distinguished guests will address you, dear colleagues, will share their most important ideas with you. Afterwards, we're going to have a discussion because the EPP is the open political family. We're transparent. We're happy to have an interactive discussion. Prime Minister Mitsotakis, the floor is yours for your introductory remarks.
Well, Zagreb, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Dear Manfred, dear Andrei, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome to Athens. It's a real pleasure to be hosting what I think is going to be a very interesting and informative debate. It also gives us an opportunity to compare notes about a topic of great importance to all of us. And I'll just ditch my prepared remarks and share some very quick thoughts with you, trying to remember the thought process that went through those difficult months during the pandemic when we actually created what is Next Generation EU, the core component of the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And I remember back in March 2020 when we 8 of us co-signed a letter addressed at the time to the President of the European Council and the President of the Commission, asking for an extraordinary reaction to what indeed was an extraordinary crisis. And of course, I'm referring to the pandemic. And at the time, many thought that what we were suggesting at the time was inconceivable. Yet, I think it is testimony to the ability of Europe to come up with very innovative solutions under pressure. The fact that in July, 4 months later, we actually agreed to something which was unprecedented. And essentially, what did we agree to? That we would borrow at the supranational level, at the level of the European Union, and we would direct those funds through a combination of grants and loans to member states based on their relative economic position, so weaker countries would receive more support, but also based on a very detailed plan that the member states needed to submit, which needed to be in line with the overall priorities of the European Union regarding the green and digital transformation, social cohesion, and competitiveness. And indeed, Andrei remembers that negotiation well, or I'm not even sure if we remember it well because it was all very fuzzy with lots of all-nighters and some more wine than necessary at 3 or 4 in the morning. But the final agreement, I think, caught a lot of Eurosceptics by surprise. And the EPP was at the forefront of this agreement. But of course, then the difficult job started because we had the commitment and we had to come up with a plan and a structure, a governance structure, to make sure that the plan would be properly implemented. And it took us a lot of effort to actually come up with a very detailed plan that combined investments and reforms, submitted to the European Commission, one of the first plans to be approved, which in my mind remains a very balanced plan that pays tribute to the priorities that were laid out at the beginning when we designed this program, digital transformation of the state, but also of businesses, and a digital education of citizens, employment growth, social cohesion, and of course the green transition. And the plan is very clear. We want to create 200,000 new jobs. That's why we called it also Greece 2.0. And I think the big success of the plan was that we combined it with important reforms, which, however, unlike what happened in the past, were not reforms imposed upon us by our lenders, but reforms that had a great amount of Greek ownership, reforms that were part of our political program, which we actually were quite eager to implement. Hence, the conditionality element of this reform was not a problem for us. If anything, it puts maybe a little bit more pressure on the ministers because they know that they have very specific milestones and targets which they need to meet. And that is why we place so much emphasis on the governance of the program, because as you know, the conditionality and the auditing process is very, very strict. And it needs to be, because that is the only way to ensure maximum transparency. But I think under the leadership of our alternate minister, Mr. Papathanassis, we have created a framework that imposes the necessary discipline. And, you know, there's nothing worse for a minister to know that if, you know, they fail to meet a single milestone, you know, a whole disbursement could be delayed. And I'm sure they don't want to put themselves in that position, so they all try a little bit harder to make sure that this doesn't happen. So we'll have a chance to discuss in greater detail afterwards the specific components of the plan. But what I do want to re-emphasize is that, dear Manfred, it was the EPP and the EPP leaders that actually were at the forefront of this transformative step. And I need to mention it here, it was Angela Merkel who changed her mind. She was dead against it at the beginning, and she understood that she needed to take a step back, make this compromise, because it was for the good of Europe. And this is, at the end of the day, what distinguishes, you know, our political family. We can look at the big picture, the big European picture, and always do what is the right thing for Europe. Again, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for hosting this event.
Good day. Thank you very much, dear Kyriakos. Thank you very much, dear Manfred, dear Siegfried, for this kind invitation to be today in Athens and to attend the EPP Road to Recovery Conference. I have an almost déjà vu. It was more or less a similar nice hotel, similar nice grouping of commissioners, ministers, MPs, MEPs, leaders of the EPP, when Siegfried brought this conference to Zagreb last February. So I'm fully aware why Croatian EPP politicians and Greek European EPP politicians are keen to see how the progress is being done on the implementation of the EU Next Generation. First of all, congratulations to Nea Demokratia for all fantastic electoral successes. We were all supporting you, and I have to admit that your last year's performance was close to perfection, and I really admire everything that you have done for Greece and for the Greek people over the past couple of years, not only by stopping the walk in the park in terms of preventing the illegal migration, but also for the strong economic recovery that you have done for the Greek society, and this is being seen, valued, and appreciated across Europe. Few points on the EU Next Generation. I was looking a little bit at the tables, the comparative tables, and you see that the Next Generation EU puts Greece and Croatia at the top when it comes to relation of the funds available and the GDP. For you, it's 18%, and for us, it's 15%. This is a small table. Greece is first, and Croatia is second. That means that this instrument, or this invention that we have done back in 2020, has really played a major role in recovering from the economic consequences of the restrictive measures during the greatest pandemic over the last 100 years. Both of us who were involved in these negotiations. Back in 2020, it was just after the end of the first ever Croatia's Council presidency, the beginning of the German presidency. I even had elections on the 5th of July and went from Brussels, from the same European Council, home to former government and came back to the same European Council. This was like a nice footnote in the history of the European Union Council meetings. But my point is the following. This was really a big answer to a very big problem. And for many of us, it was a very efficient answer. In terms of the allocation that Croatia has in this financial perspective, the usual allocation, cohesion, agriculture, and other policies, we are around 15 billion euros. On top of it, we got 10.5 billion euros from the EU Next Generation, and we made a very strict complementary exercise that is now boosting our public investments, that is helping us reconstruct the capital of Zagreb after the terrible earthquake which we had in March 2020, that is helping us to reconstruct the region of Sisak, which is close to the capital from the big earthquake in December 2020, but is also helping us to invest in an unprecedented manner into our educational infrastructure, health infrastructure, justice administration infrastructure, but most of all, helping us to push our economic operators and also bring Croatia to the higher level of the energy infrastructure that we are all trying to upgrade given the energy crisis that we endured as a consequence of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The management of this process I have fully taken on board in my office as a Prime Minister, because I felt that the deadlines for the implementation, and that is the end of 2026, was so strict that we needed not only to prepare a good plan, to put high benchmarks and indicators, all complementary with digital green and do not do significant harm, so that the management is basically done in a way that every 2 weeks I control every single ministry, how they're doing in terms of tenders, in terms of implementing reforms. And so far, we were not behaving as if we were from Southeast Europe, but more as if we were from Switzerland. We fulfilled 120 of 120 indicators, which is highly unlikely in our culture. You might understand me a little bit. But we did it very seriously because we wanted to have an additional push in the moment where Croatia was achieving its strategic positioning into deeper European integration. Siegfried mentioned both the Eurozone and Schengen. I'm grateful for Kyriakos' and of course the entire EPP's help, especially our friends in the European Parliament, but also in the Council and Ursula in the Commission, for attaining this goal. And in that way, the next generation has really helped us to boost investments. It was an interesting information I received just before coming to Greece. The Belgium National Bank has analyzed how we are implementing the national and recovery plans, and they said that their assessment is that these funds are doubling the level of the public investment in Croatia. So the Belgium National Bank, someone that is very far away from us and not looking at us in any partisan or effective manner. This is very good. Also, the credit rating agencies, and Croatia has managed to upgrade its credit rating in my mandate for 4, let's say, steps. We are now in the investment level with the positive outlook. All of them have signaled that the implementation of the Next Generation EU has been going smoothly and has been contributing to the economic growth. And when I look at the numbers, in 2016, when I became the Prime Minister, our GDP nominal was 47 billion euros. We will end 23 when the accounts settle with 75 billion euros, meaning that we have brought Croatia in terms of GDP per capita from 11,600 euros to 20,000 euros in a span of 7.5 years. This instrument that we created jointly, and I think Europe should be proud about it, really made a difference. When it comes to the other countries, what we noticed that those very well off economically and highly developed countries they not only received less money at the beginning, but some of them are not showing similar interest in the implementation. And this is important to understand when we will come to, very soon, I guess, especially through the European Parliament activities, to the evaluation of this exercise. And I think from the first-hand look, the countries of the Mediterranean and the countries of Central and Eastern Europe have seized the moment for this next generation EU mechanism. Others a bit less, because their starting point was very different. But my political message is, and I fully agree with Kyriakos, we delivered fast, we delivered big. Some of us will have big additional boost to our economic development, and I think that this instrument, as one of the elements of the crisis management, as the time will pass, will prove to be very successful, both by grants and loans, and the added value it has brought to our economies and our development. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kalimera, first of all. I want to welcome all of you. It's great to have a full room today in our EPP group event here in Athens. Great to have two prime ministers, successful prime ministers, Kyriakos, Andrei, among us. Let me first thank all those who made this possible. Siegfried is our lead vice president organizing this show, this is showing like the exercise that we are successful with the recovery fund. So Siegfried, thank you so much for doing so. I have Vangelis in front of me. He is an experienced colleague, a strong pillar in the EPP family on the European level. And it's great to have him because he's connecting the European Parliament with the national parliaments. Vangelis, thank you so much. I have other friends from the Parliament with us. Lucas was there from our Cypriot friends. So welcome to all of them. I also want to welcome Margaritis Ginas, the #1 Greek in Brussels, vice president of the EPP team there. Thank you so much for all your work. And I want to also welcome the man who was sent from Athens to accompany me on the party side. It's Thanasis who is with us as Secretary General of the party. Thanasis, thanks for all your service, what you do. And let me thank also you all, because European People's Party is leaders' party. We have strong leaders, but we are also People's Party, and we are Mayor's Party, first of all. That's why Olgierd and all the friends from the local branches, the mayors, the governors on the ground, the European People's Party is the biggest mayor party of Europe. We are on the ground elected. We have trust by the citizens, and all the things we discuss in Brussels or on national level cannot be implemented without our mayors on the ground. That's why thank you for your service, for your contribution. We are proud to be the Mayor's Party of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting point is again to underline the success story of Greece. It was this morning already several times mentioned, and I also want to do it, that the Economist placed Greece as #1 of the best performing economies in the world. Great success story from a Greek point of view. And I think it has mainly to do with the strong and forward-looking leadership of Kyriakos Mitsotakis. I want to thank him for this, because it was his political project to bring Greece back. And having in mind the history, I think a lot of us don't want to be remembered, but there was once a time of Tsipras and Varoufakis and these kind of people. Having this period of time in mind, dear friends, the success story of the last years is even more impressive to see. Greece is back, Greece is respected in the world, Greece is a strong economy, and this is producing a positive direction for the citizens of Greece. And thanks to Kyriakos, you did it. Thank you so much for doing so. The pillars of this success story are typical EPP things. The readiness to reform internally, the readiness to build up trust again. Greek bonds are now again serious investments now on global level. The question to trust in people, as I said it with mayors, that we do it on the ground practically, is part of this success story. to use the necessary funds, the European solidarity of the Recovery Resilience Fund, in a reasonable way, is part of this success story. And let me add, we praise today the success story of the investments, but let not underestimate, we borrowed 750 billion euros as Europeans. 750 billion euros. That is a huge message of solidarity, but that's also a huge responsibility for the future. Someone has to pay the interest rates, someone has to pay it back, the money. So that's why what we are doing is exactly using solidarity on European level, but doing it in a responsible way, creating perspective for the future. And, dear colleagues, I also want to mention that all these things are based on our understanding on rule of law. We had the last days some debate in the European Parliament about this. I just want to say the European People's Party is in Greece and all over Europe the party of rule of law. We managed in Poland to kick PiS out of office. It was Donald Tusk, it was EPP. We don't need anyone give us lecture and any kind of advice on rule of law here in Greece and in the rest of the European Union. And we will continue to do so. This kind of leadership in Greece, we see the same kind of leadership in Croatia. And Andrei, it was already mentioned with Schengen and Euro, huge steps. You know, you don't see it when you look to the Prime Minister. He is a quite young Prime Minister, I have to say. Because I say this because Croatia is our youngest member in the European Union family. So also led by a strong Prime Minister. And if I may say so, seeing this leadership, then the DNA, the nature of EPP politics is that we are not creating problems like the populists, that we are not speaking only about problems like the left ideological approaches. What we are doing, what our leaders are doing is solving problems, and that's the DNA of EPP. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here as a party leader, and I'm proud, but I'm standing here also as a German, and I have to say I'm quite jealous about what you deliver here in Greece, because in Germany we have now a left government since years, and you know we are since 2 quarters in recession in Germany. France is only having a 0 point a little bit growth in this moment of time. Greece and Croatia has above 2% in 2023. That's the nature of EPP leadership. I tell you, it's not about the question whether you are a German or a Greek. It's a question whether you have a left government or whether you have a center-right government of EPP, whether you have ideological approach or whether you have serious leadership like we see it in these 2 countries. That is, let me say, the starting point. And let me say our today's event in February 2024 also as a ramp for decision in June, when Europeans are asked to give Europe a new direction, their direction. We can go in front of voters and tell them that we delivered on the answer on Corona, also the question that everybody had the same access to vaccines. There was no first and second class European. We all did this together. The answer to the war in Ukraine was also a joint answer. Europe was managed by EPP leadership in the last years, and I think we can tell people it was in good hands. That is a starting point for the campaign. And then the next point is to give an idea about the future. And our idea about future are 2 main basic principles. In a fast-changing world, we have to keep the economic strength of this continent as a whole. The industrial base must be secured for the future, and we are losing ground economically on global stage. That's why we have to put competitiveness, economic strengths, jobs, and decent incomes in the center of our campaign. And the second pillar is for us to keep the strongest and most important promise of Europe, to have peace inside of the European Union. To keep this promise, therefore we need in this absolutely changing world a strong defense pillar for Europe, to be together capable to defend ourselves against all the enemies on all sides of our continent. That are the 2 main pillars for us. And again, the debate about the recovery fund is giving us certainty that we can convince people, we will convince people, and in the next 5 years, Europe will be under EPP leadership in good hands. Thanks for hosting us.
Thank you very much, Prime Ministers, President, and now, as we promised, a interactive, open, transparent discussion so that we see what is really behind. What was the plan that made these success stories possible? And Prime Minister Mitsotakis, if I may start with you. Of course, the Recovery Resilience Facility, the biggest package of economic support ever created at European level, more than 700 billion euros. For Greece alone, more than 30 billion euros. And we are center-right politicians, as President Weber said it. We believe in the private sector, in small, medium-sized enterprises. Therefore, the question, what are the opportunities from this new instrument, from the Recovery and Resilience Facility for the private sector, for the SMEs? How do you put them at the center of your planning? How can they benefit with loans, grants, and be part of the success story?
First of all, I think it is important to put this amount in context. Greece will end up receiving 36 billion euros from the Recovery Fund, out of which 19 billion in direct grants and approximately close to 17 billion in low-interest loans. This is a very, very significant sum. 18, as Andrei said, 18% of our GDP. We are the highest per capita recipient of financial support from the Recovery Fund. And of course, this places a lot of responsibility on our shoulders to balance between moving within the parameters of the Recovery Fund as it was set, but also factor in our own national priorities in order to best leverage this very substantial amount of money. Let me start with the loans. It was also mentioned by Akis Kertsos before, because I think it is one of the success stories of the RRF. The low-interest loans have been extremely well received by the Greek business community. And essentially, the entire allocation has already been absorbed. And these are loans that are used for productive investments. So there's a direct correlation between these low-interest loans, particularly important at a time when interest rates are high, and the productive investments made by larger companies, but also by smaller companies in order to boost their productivity and create jobs. And then when you look at the overall component of the initiatives that we have included in the Recovery Fund, it really spans the many sectors of the economy. Just to give you two examples, very recent visits. I was in Western Greece approximately 10 days ago, and I visited one of the most advanced pump storage projects for storing energy by moving water essentially up and down a mountain. Incredibly critical for the stability of our electricity systems. Andrei knows that very well because they're also big into renewables. Unless you have credible storage, you cannot expand your renewable base beyond a certain point. So this is one example of a big infrastructure project related to the green transition funded by the Recovery Fund. 3 days ago, I was 10 minutes from here in a hospital. And I saw very basic restoration work done in a relatively old building, which was completely upgraded, and we're using funds from the Recovery Fund to upgrade hospital infrastructure, but also healthcare infrastructure. These are investments which have a lot of value added in terms of the jobs they create, but they really make a difference for citizens on the ground, and it is probably the best proof that the money of the Recovery Fund is not just being used by a few large companies, which I'm sure is an accusation you also hear in Croatia, but has a benefit that essentially touches everyone in the Greek society. And finally, because this was also mentioned by Andrei, the flexibility that was given to us by the Commission to redirect some of the funds of the Recovery Fund to address climate-related disasters. We had already submitted our revision to the Recovery Fund before the catastrophic floods struck central Greece. And then we returned back to the Commission and said, look, can we have a revision of the revision? And now we have been able to carve out 600 million for critical infrastructure work that will improve our roads and our trains. So also within this straitjacket, we managed to extract maximum flexibility in order to use these funds also to address emergencies related to climate change. So, and of course, finally, let me stress the importance of the reforms that are related to the milestones. This is not just about, for example, when we talk about justice, this is not just about building a new justice sort of building, important, but it is also about ensuring how we deliver justice much faster. And there are a lot of important reforms that underline this initiative related to the recovery fund, probably as important as the money itself, in order to ensure that sort of we continue down that path of sustainable growth and implement what has been my central strategy for the second term, and that is to really sort of bridge the gap with Europe and make up for the lost ground of what was essentially a lost decade.
Thank you. Prime Minister Plenković, of course, this fund is called Recovery and Resilience Fund. It's a fund which helps people, enterprises, regions in need, but it also makes us stronger. It makes our public systems, our economies stronger. As Prime Minister Mitsotakis was saying, Greece was hit by natural disasters, so was Croatia by earthquakes. How could this fund help people, enterprises in need, and how do you use it in the transformation, in the transformative processes in Croatia? You are talking about the growth. How can you use these amounts of money to make the Croatian economy greener, more digital, stronger, more competitive?
Thank you. When it comes to the natural disasters, you had big fires and big floods, and we sent planes to help you, I think, 2 or 3 times over the past few seasons. And we had these horrible earthquakes which require huge amount of funds in order to reconstruct with a different anti-earthquake modern standards the buildings that are in the city center of an old capital. What we did in that respect, we combined the EU Solidarity Fund, 1 billion euros, which we applied for given the big damages, plus with the additional 1.5 billion euros that we have in cooperation with the Commission reallocated for the reconstruction and also the energy efficiency of the new buildings. And here I have to really underline the level of understanding at the level of those who were managing within the Commission the Recovery and Resilience Fund for Croatia. The second biggest investment is the infrastructure for education. We are now using these funds complementary with the cohesion funds in order to build new kindergartens, new schools, elementary schools, high schools, and also higher education. In total, 2.5 billion euros into the education infrastructure. Another example is supporting business that has innovative and both digital and green elements. We are lucky to have one young Croat who is 35, who has been an inventor of the fastest electric cars in the world. And we have also brought the President of the Commission when she was in Zagreb to see his facilities and premises, and we have used this exactly to support a project of the autonomous driving, which is completely electric and completely green. So a mix of digital and green couldn't be better with the basically future-oriented, secure traveling in urban centers. And examples like that with combination of Repower EU, where we are now not only profiting from the LNG terminal that we have built started to build in my first mandate, ended at the beginning of the second mandate, and now providing it in upgraded manner to 6.1 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, not only for Croatia, because we need only 2.8, 2.9 to the maximum consumption, for the entire region, meaning Hungary, Slovenia, Austria, Bosnia and Herzegovina, even Bavaria, as Manfred knows. So we have combined this for our energy security, for our competitiveness in terms of future education, for our innovative projects that bring Croatia in line with the fourth industrial revolution ambitions, and therefore will make us more resilient to future crises and challenges. And I think this exercise has been unique. I hope we will not have any more crises of this nature, but what we have done in such a short period of time is, I think, incredible, because all of us who know how good administration you need to have, how good projects you need to have, how proper the public procurement procedures should be, and the absorption capacity in order to consume the classical rules of the multi-annual financial frameworks, which are luckily still 7+3. In this way, only 5.5 years, it's a challenge. It's a challenge for administration, so we had to be fast on the last MFF, ambitions on the new MFF, efficient on the even shorter deadline of the Solidarity Fund, and use the money for the recovery and resilience. It's a bit of a strain, but it's making the economy stronger.
President Weber, you have, of course, the best overview over the whole of the European Union. You see the difference between an EPP plan and a socialist plan, or a populist government which breaks the rule of law and does not manage to access those funds at all. What is the difference between the EPP plans based on reforms, based on competitiveness, and the thinking of the left, very often just focused on spending, but not on solving the problem? What makes our EPP Prime Minister so successful when it comes to implementing and putting these funds at work for people and enterprises?
The key element is long-term perspective, sustainability. Investments are then really benefiting on the long run to all people in a society. That makes a big difference. We see in some other countries that the money is really, in a way, used for, how can I say, party political interests to serve some special communities inside of society, but there is no real long-term perspective. So energy infrastructure, digital infrastructure. I would also prioritize education, education, education. We need a young generation qualified. I'm a little bit worried that we are losing parts of our young generation. You know, we have a very well-educated part of our young generation, but the other part is also there, and we have to care about this. So that is the best investment we can do, to give our young generation a good knowledge, a good idea for the future, how they can really provide their own life in the best way. And this kind of long-term investment is, in a way, the DNA of the EPP investments. I would also add that it is extremely important that we do this always together with people. You know, we have some other elements currently on the table politically. I learned, Kyriakos, there will be also some debates here in Greece with you and some farmers' associations, for example. We have in my country, in Germany, intensive debates with farmers currently. And I can only tell you that our approach is to do all the necessary changes, all the innovation which is needed, climate change and all the things. We do this together with people, and we don't lecture them, we listen to them. We listen first of all. So that's also a quite unique way of EPP, how we manage to find a common understanding in a society where there is a need to change. And having this in mind, I think that's a typical way of EPP to do things. And Siegfried, you know, at the end, it's always about what is the outcome, what is the result, and the figures are obvious. The figures are telling the truth. EPP is doing this in the right way.
Thank you. Prime Minister Mitsotakis, you were talking about flexibility before. This was a plan designed to help, but then, of course, unexpected things happened, a natural catastrophe, and the European legislation, as was designed, gave you the possibility to go and negotiate a review of the plan to make it work. The deadlines are relatively short. Prime Minister Plenković was talking about the need to absorb the money up to 2026, and hence my question. Do you see the need now for being more flexible on the deadlines? You are front-runner countries. Can we absorb all the money up to 2026? Can the mayors finalize all projects? Or do we need a certain degree of flexibility there to make sure that as we successfully started this program, we can also successfully conclude it.
You're right, Siegfried, to point out that the deadlines are very, very strict, as is the conditionality mechanism. And as I pointed out, that is the right way because at the end of the day, we are borrowing, all of us, at the European level, a significant amount of money. And it is important for the Commission and the auditors to ensure that this money is properly spent. I think it is early to start talking about the end point of the plan. Our certain goal is to make sure that we absorb all the funds within the time framework that was agreed and to which we agreed. I don't know what will happen in 2025. I'm sure that some countries will run late, and I cannot exclude this discussion taking place at some point. But right now, we are laser focused on making sure that we deliver the projects and the reforms in order to receive the money we've already received, more than 14 billion euros, and we'll receive another 3 billion over the next months within the time framework that has been agreed. The faster we absorb the money, the greater the impact on the economy. But we also have to be realistic. We knew that we had limited flexibility when we submitted our plan for the revision of the project. And if there are projects that we cannot fit in the tight deadline, they need to be financed through other means. And we've also had these discussions also with the regions and the municipalities, because one needs to understand, it was mentioned, I think, in the previous discussion, that the RRF is also very complementary to our structural funds. And there the regions have a big role to play. They are managing more than 8 billion euros for cohesion money at the regional level. I think for the first time we actually have a mechanism where we talk to the regional governors and we make sure that whatever we do in a coordinated manner, so that we respect the subsidiarity principle, but we also understand that there is a country strategy that needs to be more or less followed by all of us. So, too early to talk about what will happen in 2026, but particularly important, I think, for all of us at the European level to understand that this was a unique opportunity for our countries, and that if at any point we want to have a discussion what will come after the RRF, we need to deliver. And we need to make sure that we also explain to those countries which are paying for it, in the sense that they're not receiving money, that the money was put to good use, and that if Croatia or Greece progress, at the end of the day, it is also good for the richer countries, especially within the context of the single market.
Prime Minister Plenković, you made the plan fast in Croatia. You submitted it to the Commission. It respected all the rules. Commission approved it, paid pre-financing to Croatia, and 3 payments relatively fast amongst the first countries. How are you involving the local, the regional authorities in Croatia to make sure that this is not just a plan of a politician, but a plan of the whole country, that people in the country accept it and they all contribute to making sure that the money is absorbed fast and results continue to come in Croatia?
Indeed, I would like to make one point referring to what you asked, Kyriakos. I think the approach to this instrument should not be regarded without the context of the last week's debate on the revision of the MFF. The revision of the MFF in the context of negotiations among the member states proved, in terms of results, with less appetite for fresh financing. At the end of the day, out of the 65 billion euros worth revision, I think it was only 22 billion euros as fresh money. This is an important signal. So we have managed to reallocate, to be smart, intelligent, how to use the various rooms for flexibility in the existing 7-year budget in order to provide 50 billion euros for next 48 months for Ukraine as an important political statement. But you could see between the lines some reservations, let's say, in the context of the frugals, which were very popular a couple of years ago when we discussed the MFF planning and the entire financing. So there are two perspectives. Those of us, and I will read just that we understand who are the successful countries. The successful countries are Italy, Croatia, Spain, Portugal, Slovakia, Greece, Romania, and France. And Slovakia was fast until recently. These are the countries who are really doing well. Other countries are doing far less well. Some are almost not using the possibilities at all, like Sweden and Netherlands. So we should not neglect that. That's why the whole debate, probably in the course of, let's say, after this summer, after the European elections, because there'll be a new institutions, new commission, we'll have to see what we are going to do. With the implementation, we'll have to check on how successful the instrument was. Did we involve, as you say, the local and regional authorities to the level which was needed? We did our maximum effort because concept of the regional development is to have all of our parts of our countries more or less in the same chances position. And that's why instruments like this can help us to speed up the level of development of those who were deprived before. And that's why we have tried to calibrate that the funds which are being used are not only centralized in terms of big cities, important big regions, but also those who are smaller. That's why we have brought them into the picture of preparation, of implementation, and of efficiency. And that's why we are keeping a good eye on the dynamics of this realization. So far, it seems to be good. For instance, in the 2024, we should have a huge increase of the total payments. It should be even around to the amount of 2.4 billion euros, which is huge for a country of our size, 4 million people, that you managed to absorb efficiently 2.4 billion euros coming from the EU funds on top of the regular financing. So it will be a challenging time and a battle with the deadlines that is coming.
President Weber, as we're coming close to the end of our discussion, last word, last question to you, of course. These were 5 successful years for the EPP, 5 good years for Europe in spite of the crisis which hit us from outside. We stayed united, we delivered, we helped people in need, inside the EU, but also outside, like in Ukraine, understanding that helping Ukraine means helping ourselves. A safe Ukraine is essential for a safe European Union. What is the perspective for the economy, for the enterprises, and for the people that we as EPP are giving now ahead of the European elections? And where are we better than the left, the extreme left, and the populists?
Before going on this, I think the consideration how to convince all Europeans that our solidarity approach in the recovery fund works is an extremely important question, because we did it the first time, and that's why we have now to give the proof that it works. Again, Croatia, Greece are a perfect example for this, that it makes sense. And we have to continue to work on the understanding that investing in Europe together is of benefit for all of us. I know that when it's about budget, everybody looks on his own budget and about his own money, but to understand that investment all over Europe makes a European engine, in a way, for all of us beneficially. So that is, I think, a common understanding to become also from this point of view more European is the way to go for us as EPP. And because Jan is in front of me, I also want to underline that the EU budget is a budget of investments. So we are having a lot of funds which are investment funds. Recovery fund is the best example, but also cohesion and other fields are really investment budgets. So we are future budget, and also I have to add rural area budgets. It's also important for cohesion, for the question of farmers and so on, that we should underline this. And about your main question about what is then in front of us for the next years, well, I think that the next 5 years will be quite historic. We see some quite worrisome developments the last days in Washington, in the Congress, the question whether a democratic parliament like the Congress is ready to arrive to a majority to support our Ukrainian friends. What will happen if Trump arrives again in White House? what will happen to our security. I think you as Greeks, you can be very proud about your army, about what you did in defense. You're very, very strong on this, but all Europe is not strong on this, let's be honest. And that's why there are a lot of very fundamental questions in front of us. And the battle will be whether the extreme, who are only creating fears, concerns, anger inside of our societies, will succeed. Or we continue as today with the model of a left-leaning, ideologically driven approach of doing politics. Or, as I said it already, the center, the bridge builders, those who believe that innovation is needed, but also, in a way, listening, a conservative approach to society is important. We have jobs, but we also have a social dimension. We want to be innovative on Green Deal, but we also need economic strength. So to bring things together, that's what we offer, and that's why I can only appeal to everyone, take the 9th of June, take the European elections serious. There is a lot at stake. We have to guarantee that the next European Parliament will still institutionally function and not become a dysfunctional structure like we see it in other democracies. So a lot is at stake, and people can trust in us that finally, with Neo Demokratia, with HDZ, with the two parties on the ground, we can deliver, people can trust in us that we deliver a good stability future for Europe.
President Weber, Prime Minister Mitsotakis, Prime Minister Plenković, thank you very much. And now last word goes to Vangelis Meimarakis to close the event and to invite us all for lunch.
If you can sit a little bit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Κυρίες και κύριοι, θέλω να ευχαριστήσω.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to extend my thanks first to everyone who was instrumental in putting this event together. EPP people, Nea Demokratia people. Let me also extend my thanks to our distinguished speakers who graced us with their presence. They enlightened us as concerns the European path for the next 5 years. Rest assured, dear friend Manfred Weber, that in here, Manfred, you have the heart of the New Democracy Party beating throughout Europe. We will be again the biggest EPP party after the election. For Nea Demokratia, the EPP is, or rather, Nea Demokratia was the political party that got Greece into Europe when everyone else did not want Greece to join European communities. Konstantinos Mitsotakis signed off to the Maastricht Treaty, and that's how we advanced. And it was a pleasure for me to find Dimos Christodoulou in this room today because he made that deal. And now Kyriakos Mitsotakis, a very serious Prime Minister who's remarkable, is a member of the Council of the Prime Minister, and he has upgraded the prestige of Greece. I'm telling you so much because when we went to Brussels back in 2019, the President knows, Mr. Mitsotakis knows that we were bowing ahead, but we had a very good cooperation with everyone and the President and his office, with a strong team at the level of the European Parliament, with a great cooperation with the Ministry of the Exterior, the Foreign Ministry. Thanks to you, mostly, you gave us strength and power. That's how we got this reliable voice. We have the Prime Minister who is convincing the Council, thanks to his proposals and recommendations. We have Margaritis Kosice, we have the very first Vice President of the European Commission, and I have to say that when a non-competent institution is judging us, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe is electing a Greek president, thus showing confidence and trust in Greece in the face of Theodoris Rousopoulos. This is a major event. I would like to urge you, because there is this upcoming election, and since many are thinking, well, maybe we don't have to go to vote, this is a loose and relaxed voting after all. This is the very first time when a national election has happened before the European election. In every other occasion, we had them happen almost together. We normally went to the national election, the legislative election, in order to convince the voters to vote for the European election. We had that happen in 2014, in 2019. Now the legislative election has happened. The Nea Demokratia Party is in charge until 2027. The mandate is there, and we will be governing to benefit the people and the country. But this is suggesting to some that now that the Kyriakos Mitsotakis administration is in place, maybe it's not necessary to go and vote for the European election. No, let's not do that, because if we want to continue on this path, since the European Parliament now has many capacities and responsibilities. The European Parliament is the co-legislator. It approves of the new Commission. It approves of the plans. It gives a vote of confidence. And in order to have what you just talked about, dear gentlemen, the last panel discussion, in order to have all that happen, the EPP has to be the dominant political force to make things happen in the next 5 years. In order for us to agree to have at the level of the Council, the Commission, at the highest and senior post, people who are sharing our own views. They have our own principles. We share views in order for us to work together. That is why it's so important to go and vote. We all understood today that the projects that are happening thanks to funds from Europe. We realized that we managed to tackle the pandemic and we got the RRF, and the RRF is working. This was the very first time that collectively Europe borrowed, not individual countries borrowed. We realized that we can't live without Europe. Some don't like that. Well, we are here to improve Europe, and we will improve and ameliorate Europe thanks to the next upcoming European election, because the Democratia will be the first power in the country, and at the same point in time, the European People's Party, the EPP, will be able to secure the majority in terms of seats of European MPs. Since we are here and we have the vice president of the group at the level of the EPP, our dear colleagues are fighting a hard battle in order for us to win more seats. So we are going to have this meeting tomorrow in Thessaloniki. Apostolos Zizikostas, our dear friend, will be there, but we will be having such events held in every capital city in Europe. We are going everywhere. We are going to join the European citizens. We will be by their side in order for us to give a response to the extremists and the populists who don't wish to have a Europe of the peoples. They don't want us to have a Europe that will help us advance. We have a pro-European consciousness. We are Greeks. We are going to share our civilization. We are going to show them our democracy, and we will move ahead with Nea Demokratia and Kyriakos Mitsotakis. We will do all that. Thank you very much for attending this event today.